Welcome to Saturday night, bitches. I gotta mix it up there a bit. Anyways, welcome everyone. I'm Lord Rexworth, English nobleman VTuber. You know who I am. If you don't know who I am by now, what, you've been living under a rock or something? Anyway, I was supposed to have started stream about an hour and a half ago, but I had to go help the parents. We're having some tech issues with the living room television. In fact, the entire hi-fi system is connected to it. We thought it was a bad television, went out and got a new one. Better one. The older one was shit. Yeah, and come to find out, might be a stereo receiver issue. HDMI chipset may be going out. So, got a spare receiver in storage, dug that out. Hopefully it works. If not, well, I guess the living room's going to go without television for a while. Actually, have been effectively cave dwelling. I still know of you. Ah, nice to know the signal and the reach is extending as far as caves. The system works. So yeah, we're going to be doing a bit of chatting, reacting to some videos. Got some tabs up here. Ruby, hello, hello. Peekaboo, peekaboo yourself. Going to be talking about some things. Got some watch tabs I want to get to. Some cool old school Casios. And then I've been gifted a game from Jixi. It's called Shadows of Doubt. Some sort of detective style game. Figured it would be good for a night like this. We'll give it a go, and we'll see how we like it. And then later on, if still feel like streaming, might switch it up and play Wuthering Waves or something else. I don't know. Anyways, that's the plan for the evening. Put your TV on the Wi-Fi. Can tap YouTube and all there now. Excellent. Jade Peppermint, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? And Ruby, thank you for redeeming first. Plug the website, lordrexworth.com. lordrexworth.com. You can find all of my links available there. Follow me across all platforms. There's the Twitter X page. And then there's the Discord. Doing good, how are you? Doing alright. A little bit irritated that I couldn't get started on stream earlier tonight. Tomorrow I'm not even sure if I'm going to stream. I may just host a hangout in the Discord. Yeah, I don't even know. We'll see. I just know that at this point I'm about ready to take the entire hi-fi system that is in the living room and chuck it out a window and set it on fire. Because it's putting everyone in the house in a rather foul mood because it's not working properly. But I'm going to leave that to my father to figure out the rest of it on his own. I've just been dumb muscle doing heavy lifting on cumbersome objects. Anyways, let's get started with our first video react here tonight. This is from Rami's Revenge. Says Japan is broken. I previewed just a little bit of it. Dude seems to be having a crash out over the breakup with his girlfriend, who happened to be Japanese. Anyways, don't know if any of you know this girl. You might have seen her if you've been following me on Twitter, but if you've been paying attention to anything on the Twitter space. Girl named Sao-chan. She's a model, and by day she's an office worker. Really cute. Along with Sydney Sweeney, she has been capturing the hearts of a lot of people. Deservedly so. Because she's really sweet and wholesome. But yeah, let's see this bloke's crash out on Sao-chan.
This lady's been blowing up on Twitter recently for being a beautiful Japanese woman that is the entire disillusioned white guy cohort of Twitter mad because why can't girls from America look like that? Personally, I understand the hype. This is a beautiful lady.
I mean, they could if they tried hard enough. Problem is, most of them don't want to try hard enough.
Her pantsuit out. She's doing the thing with her cheek that makes her cute and Japanese. The white disillusioned American loves this because in her they see a proper woman instead of the pigs that are bred in America like Sydney Sweeney, who also went viral around the same time for her ad for American Eagle, where she got her tits out. Oh my god, this is a sin. Get me an Asian woman now. But what these Twitter folk fail to understand.
You know what? It is possible to have both at the same time. Both can be acceptable. And both are acceptable.
Is that yes, this is a beautiful Japanese woman. Yes, she'll probably be nice and sweet as well. But at the end of the day, she's a woman. And one day, she will switch up on you. Because that's what bitches do. I'm sorry for the heated intro. I just broke up with my girlfriend and she happened to be Japanese. And everything was going well.
Bro's blurring out his face for
some reason.
Why?
She switched up on me for no reason. And I'm trying to warn y'all the dangers, but once again, a new Japanese woman has hit the timeline, and all you anime nerds are falling on your knees at Otafest, and everyone seems to forget that bitches are still bitches, and they will switch up on you, and Japan did deserve what happened to them during the... First of all,
damn,
this woman
bro.
is not even
It's not that deep. Jesus. I know you got your heart broken, but fucking hell, man. Rage bait, probably. Dude's just angry. He's still in the anger phase, mourning the loss of his relationship. This is a skit, probably. I don't know. Pyeon Lee, welcome in. Thank you for the redeem. Quack.
Salary man. She's actually a Japanese model and former J-pop idol named Saori Araki. You can tell because the wall behind her wraps around her to make her head look smaller, because in Japanese culture, having a large head is a sin greater than acknowledging your war crimes.
No,
but it's hilariously terrible Photoshop edit and the dimples from her acting cute and the picture blowing up the way it did, and my Japanese girlfriend switching up on me for no reason because I know she's not mine. These bitches come and go. Is also hilarious.
Be farming. Yeah, I think
this is a result of
he
how
might
broken
be farming.
Japan actually is, but because the women are hot and the anime is still good, because of how precious and cute and
it might be becoming painfully obvious that he is. I don't know. We're only a minute and a half in, and I'm already thinking I'm going to give it a thumbs down.
Respectable the culture really is. But me, I never fell for the bait. Because I was born there, and I hated it there. And I moved here, to America, and now I kind of miss it. Even though I hated it there because of you guys gassing up Japan. Like it's in 2050, it's not 2050, motherfucker. I understand the appeal of Japan. It's a stunning country with amazing technology. That isn't actually amazing anymore. It's been surpassed for years now in terms of advancements in productivity by other OECD countries. Advanced toilets that keep your ass warm and spray your butthole with water, and make cafes. There's a real gung-ho to Asia that I don't experience in the capitalist wasteland that we call the United States. Growing up around these Americans and their gay pride and their lesbian...
He's not American. And I'm fairly certain even the Brits don't want him.
Wives, I've always felt sick of being a part of this country. I don't feel the pride that I would feel if I was a petite Japanese girl that was...
Then get the fuck out, man. You don't like living in America, get the fuck out. Bro's just mad. Bro's crashing out. This is... We're just going to call this a crash out video.
Raised in the countryside where I ride my bicycle home with my friends. My life would be complete if only I was a petite Japanese girl that had a crush on her stepbrother who's actually from another mother. Oh god, all my problems will be solved. But instead I'm here in Ohio, my perfect Japanese high school doppelganger.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You poor bastard. Of all the places to end up in America, you had to end up in Ohio. Bro isn't mad, he's farming with cringe. Yeah, this is cringe-inducing.
Is on the other side of the world. I guarantee this is the mindset of at least 25% of you all that looked at this image that blew up on Twitter. But worry not, guys. Your Japanese doppelganger's life probably sucks too. I'm going to try to explain one of the biggest cultural reasons why Japanese people suck and are broken through this idea called tatemae versus honne. This part of the video is strictly from my experiences dealing with Japanese people as a foreigner throughout my life living there, including my ex that switched up on me for no reason. Other people might view it differently. In Japanese culture, tatemae and honne describe the tension between one's true feelings and the public facade you present to maintain social harmony. Tatemae is a social script that you follow in public, where you use polite language, agreed upon norms, and approved opinions. And honne is what you actually think and feel, your private opinions, desires, and frustrations. AKA, these people are fake as fuck. So yes, Japan is known to have one of the best hospitality cultures in the world. They bow to each other, they apologize profusely for doing something wrong, but don't get it twisted. This is all political. If you do something wrong, anything wrong, they will snake you and make you feel like you don't belong because you do not conform to the norm. I remember when me and my bae was hanging out alone, she was the best girlfriend ever. She was cute, she was nice to me, she was amazing. She'd do all this cute stuff and be really grateful and all that. But then, when I came to hang out with her friends, she was fake as hell. I tried to hold her hand in front of her friends. The bitch swatted my hand away. I'm like, damn, bitch, that's how you feel? That's how you really feel? I talked to other Japanese people about this, and turns out being nice to your bae in public is not normal. People don't do that in Japan. People want to respect the so-called social harmony over making their partner feel like they're loved and appreciated.
I live there. I'm so sorry, Jade.
Which is practically the complete opposite of what happens in the West, and I guess a symptom of why
I don't know why I paused it there, chat. No idea. I'm just, you know, the mouse, it's just got a mind of its own sometimes. But hey, you know, that's alright. Sorry, what were we talking about? Anyway.
Why foreigners complain that in Japan there's so many rules. You know that one scene in One Piece where Luffy punches a celestial dragon and just starts wreaking havoc and all the—
Don't live there anymore. Oh, good. We shan't want you to suffer needlessly. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem Pyondi.
the people cheer at Luffy for liberating them and saying, "Thank you, you're my savior." If Luffy did that in Japan, he'd get shamed into submission on the spot. These Japanese salarymen don't want to be free. That would ruin the social cohesion, and people will be uncomfortable. That's because Japan is what we call a shame-based culture. For those that don't know what that means, anthropologists have long used guilt, shame, or honor to describe the three broad ways societies enforces norms. Guilt culture—
You were looking thirsty. Damn right I was.
Triggers self-reflection and a drive to make amends, usually with God or religion. This is mostly common in Western societies that value individualism, like America, whereas shame cultures enforce their norms on external judgment, like the fear of embarrassment or loss of face in public, and wrongdoing triggers withdrawal or hiding. This is common in many East Asian societies that emphasize collectivism and social harmony, like Japan. Honor cultures, on the other hand, are just straight up, if you think your daughter's a hoe, just kill her and it's okay because she's a hoe and she's ruining the honor of the family. Japan is obviously shame-based, but why? Most of you know, Japan was a straight-up fascist die-for-your-emperor state until the atomic bombs hit its shores. Then they became chill and prosperous.
Yeah, exactly. I was just looking for research.
US occupation. But people seem to greatly overestimate the exact amount of influence the US has had on the way Japanese society functions in the modern world. Yes, the US set up a new democracy and demilitarized Japan away from its fascist roots, but the overall judicial systems and ideas still remained more or less untouched. The Liberal Democratic Party, which is a major conservative and nationalist political party that was formed in 1955 and by far the most popular political party in Japan because it has won more or less every election ever since its inception, was most famously led by Shinzo Abe, who literally visits shrines that honor Japanese war criminals and actively donates to revisionist groups and downplays textbook references to Japan's wartime aggression. The same guys that got an even worse reputation than the Nazis, the same guys that had one of their generals build a makeshift prison in his backyard and live there for the rest of his life after he got released from prison because of the guilt, the same guys that created a 100-man killing contest where 2 of their officers serving in China made a competition on who could kill 100 people the fastest with a sword. And it's not like this was classified information, by the way. This competition was published in Japanese newspapers during the war like it was an NBA finals coverage. They even did an interview with the guys doing the killings where one of the guys said, without realizing we both surpassed 100 people. It was quite pleasant. Do you understand how hard it is to kill people with a sword? These are the crimes that the prime minister of the country is trying to suppress, and the US has pretty much...
Well, he's not really doing anything to suppress them now, considering that Shinzo Abe is dead.
Just let it happen. Because why not? Japanese relations with the US is good. In fact, during World War II, there was a research unit in the Japanese army called Unit 731 that committed literally some of the worst acts of human experimentation of all time on their prisoners of war. They did vivisections, they deliberately infected patients with plagues, anthrax, and frostbite, and literally none of the patients survived.
First thing I see when I click on stream is tits, lol. This is just a bash session. Yeah, it's just they're just kind of glomming on here.
Auschwitz, but not a single person survived Unit 731. And guess what? After the war was over, the United States granted immunity to Unit 731 scientists, including its leader, General Shiro Ishii, in exchange for their research data on biological and chemical weapons, fearing that the information might fall into Soviet hands. None of them were tried at the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal, and many of them went on to hold prestigious positions in post-war Japan. The US will literally let you do anything. They will give you nukes even, as long as you know that you're their bitch. They won't interfere
also,
in your domestic affairs, and if you deny war crimes or kill Palestinian children in inhumane ways, they won't give a shit unless you directly fuck with them. In a way, it's fair, I guess. But anyways, back to Shinzo Abe. Shinzo Abe unfortunately died in November 2022, and the reason he got shot was because the guy that shot him, Tetsuya Yamagami, his mother had donated her entire family's net worth to a cult named the Unification Church, which Abe's grandfather legalized in Japan and Abe himself publicly endorsed. For those that don't know, the Unification Church was founded in Korea in 1954 by Sun Myung Moon, aka Moon, as an anti-communist millenarian movement, which basically means it's the Asian equivalent of Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. But for some reason, it's incredibly influential, especially in Japan, causing LDP politicians to court it and legitimize it for votes and donations. The founder, Moon, claimed to have a heavenly vision at the age of 16 in which Jesus Christ himself invited him to complete Christ's unfinished mission on earth, which I guess culminated to him receiving a fuck ton of donations from rich people and donate some of the proceedings to George W. Bush's campaign for even more political protection.
Nothing
says I'm the second coming of Jesus other than the washing of my money and resources in order to legitimize my wealth. Yo, people always call you crazy for saying that the world is run by a cult of people that worship a lizard.
Are you doing all right? We're watching someone crash out because their Japanese girlfriend broke up with them. That's the only conclusion I can draw from all of this rehashing of old historical grievances that, you know, most of the victims are dead now already, and, you know, most of the people who perpetrated these war crimes are also dead. So it's just like, bro, what the fuck are you even going on about? At this point, he's just trying to fill to get over 10 minutes.
But Japan is literally ran on the donations and influence of cult leaders that aren't even creative enough to come up with their own mythology. They still use Jesus as a crutch for their lore. Like, it's not even original. Motherfuckers aren't even reading the source material in Japan. The lore is unironically worse than some of the stuff the Nation of Islam was claiming, where a mad scientist named Yaqub that was born in Mecca invented white people to torment blacks for 6,000 years. Okay, maybe.
I honestly would slap him and go, really, dude, grow up. Yeah, it's like, okay. So your Japanese girlfriend broke up with you. You just got to get back on the horse and try again. Go get yourself another Japanese girlfriend. I mean, apparently you've got experience with this sort of thing, so it's like, all right, used up the old one, get yourself a new one. Trade up to a new model.
It's not as bad as that. What I'm trying to say is, as Japan experienced this economic miracle in the 19th...
That's a cool picture. I've actually got a couple of books by a bloke named Greg Girard. Sumi Randomzen 7891, thank you so much for the follow over on Kick. But yeah, Greg Girard. He was actually living in Japan from around 1976 up until 1983, and he took a camera with him and just took a fuck ton of pictures and saved a lot of them and published them in a book decades later. And they are honestly a fascinating glimpse into just the atmosphere and daily life of Japan in the late 70s and the early 80s. And I have to say, they look awesome. He's got this really cool one where I guess he set the exposure, the frame rate just so to where he's got a subway guard, train guard, saluting as a train whooshes by. And it just, it looks so cool. There's also one that he captured of the Keio Plaza Hotel in Tokyo shortly after it first opened. And they had this really neat display. It was this world clock they had behind, I think, the concierge desk. And it was a giant world clock with all of the different time zones of different major cities in the world, with these little digital displays. Sort of like they took little alarm clock displays and made them a part of this whole wall sculpture showing what time it is in different parts of the world. You know, things like that aren't really so novel these days because, you know, we have all that on our smartphones. But, you know, back when world travel was still somewhat in its infancy, back when globalism wasn't really a thing, and there was still something quite exotic and even rebellious and nouveau about being a world traveller and travelling around the world for business or for pleasure or whatever. It kind of harkens back to that. You know, it was quite a novelty for its time. And it could be quite difficult to keep track of all of those different time zones in an age when so much was still so analog and the internet wasn't a thing. Oh, I thought you were referring to that one person who took a lot of pics in Japan via an old camera. Well, Greg Girard did do that, but it wasn't an old camera at the time. It looks like he took it with a what was then a current model 35mm single lens reflex. I don't know what exact equipment he used. I actually have the book here. It was all photographs from 1976 to 1983 in Tokyo, the area between Tokyo and Yokosuka, which is near Yokohama. This is someone I would love to have as a guest on the podcast, just to interview and ask questions, you know, about his travels in Japan in the 70s and in the 80s. And just to try as best you can to describe it, because that Japan in many ways no longer exists and is just such an entirely different world from the Japan that we know today. Yeah, I found the image. It was taken at Ikebukuro Station of the guard at the station, saluting as the train whooshes by. I know Ikebukuro Station fairly well, because that was my whenever I wanted to hop a train to go anywhere, that was my starting point because my hotel was near Ikebukuro Station. Doesn't really say what sort of camera he used. I'm looking through it right now to try and... It doesn't really give any technical specifications on what sort of equipment he used. But if I had to guess, he was using a 35mm single lens reflex and using a variety of different types of film from black and white to color. Anyway, let's proceed with the crash out here.
1960s, voters associated the LDP with peace, order, and prosperity, creating long-term loyalty for the party. This, along with stuff like gerrymandering and long-term buildup of resources as a result of donations from cults, as well as Japan's left-leaning parties having struggled to unite for decades, often splitting the vote, even clashing amongst each other during the 1960s because some of them became rogue communists and started killing each other in the remote mountains of Gunma in the name of Marxism and improvement, the LDP continues to be the strongest party in Japan.
All of a sudden, I'm rethinking wanting to live in Gunma Prefecture. Mainly because they've got so many houses there available, brand new houses, and the prices are quite competitive and actually cheaper than anything you can find in the United States, and certainly cheaper than anything you can find in Europe.
Not only that, these days, voter turnout among the youth is low, as many of them don't see a real alternative to the current system, creating apathy rather than revolt. Even when opposition parties briefly won, like the Democratic Party of Japan did in 2009...
This guy is so off topic. Yeah, it's like, bro, your girlfriend broke up with you, and that's sad, and that sucks, and we feel bad for you. But what the fuck does the Lib Dem Party of Japan, or the Democratic Party of Japan, and voting trends amongst Japanese youth have to do with any of that?
Result of the recession, they imploded quickly, reinforcing the belief that no one else is capable anyways. Since Japan's bubble burst in the 1990s, Japan really hasn't bounced back. Young people are stuck with low pay and super high rent, and the same politicians that were running things then have sons and daughters that are running the same things now. While other countries change and grow,
party's not wrong
Japan
about.
feels frozen in time. All these factors, and a political landscape that doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon, is the basis of all the problems that Japan faces today. But the problems are so beautifully packaged and told in a beautiful story with a cute Asian girl on the poster that nobody really thinks it's a problem. There's a story that you guys all probably heard before of a train station in a small town in Hokkaido that was supposed to shut down due to extremely low ridership, but remained open solely so this one high school girl could get to and from school. The story is told in this cute way where it's just a little girl going to school and it's honorable, but the
From the creators of This Could Have Been an Email, say hello to This Could Have Been a Short.
Socioeconomic undertone of the story is that Japan's population is shrinking, there's barely any young people outside of major cities, and infrastructures that were once built for bustling communities are now ghostly reminders of olden days. The people in these villages are old, they're not procreating. That girl graduated high school in 2016 and the train station is shut down since. The Japanese population is sinking. But hey, oh my god, this can be a cute anime movie, guys. Oh my god. Y'all think this is cute? Y'all think this is funny? Y'all think this is that's how you feel? Why did my bitch leave me? The salaryman is passed out from exhaustion and alcohol consumption because he spent the last 14 hours chained to his desk, wrestling with endless spreadsheets and emergency emails, only to be dragged straight from the
your girlfriend broke up with you. It's not that deep.
Office to a late-night nomikai as a casualty of Japan's relentless workforce economy, where wages stagnate and the unspoken rule of unpaid overtime forces him to log 60-hour weeks just to keep his mortgage and pension contributions afloat.
It's rare that I have to... I don't even feel like finishing all of this, and we still have 60 seconds left. It feels like this is dragged on for an eternity. We need to cleanse our palate with something, chat. I know. Why don't we watch a leaflet video? Because at least we know that's not going to be shit. We know that Leaflet puts out really good content. Check the comments. Alright. What breakup does to a motherfucker. The breakup's already making his upload schedule better. Did bro make this whole vid because his Japanese girlfriend broke up with him? Every time this guy has a mental breakdown, we get dumb content. Guys, I think he wants to be a Japanese girl. I think his ex switched up on him for no reason. I nearly believed everything you said in this video, but then you mentioned that you had a girlfriend, and then I knew this was fake. Kinda sad when the comments are the best part of the video. Oh God. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, I needed that. Oh. Dude, we get it. Your girlfriend broke up with you. America after World War II might not have influenced Japan much, but Admiral Perry should have influenced it a lot. Bro, you look like a future criminal in your childhood. I'll probably make a video too if I lost a Japanese girlfriend. Basically, West equals hell, East equals more hell. Honestly, I didn't know how the comments would turn out, but I'm not surprised. When I visit Japan, I don't want to see the anime shit. I already see the anime shit a lot and I like it already. No, I want to see the actual ancient culture and nature. Alright, you know, that's fair. Schizophrenic artist tier list would go hard. Japan glazing gotta stop people doing too much and hype any BS nowadays. You think 60 hours a week is bad? Beach, my company forces me to work for 110 to 120 minimum. Oh, you poor bastard. I worked in the idol industry. I want to say the slimming of her pictures is openly done and accepted with idols to a point where there's no shame or ridicule to hide it. Many idols leave the distortion of the environments in their photos fully knowing they're visible by others because it's seen as an acceptable part of being a public figure and presenting yourself well. There's a disconnect with Westerners who see it as a lie and sneaky and are trying to shame her. It's not considered taboo for idols especially, so Sao probably saw the distortion herself and didn't think anything of it. Japan, a weird-ass country, not gonna lie. I liked this video until you started with the Yakub disrespect unsubbed. Alright. I'm still leaving it as thumbs down. Bro's crashing out. Anyways, let's watch a leaflet video. Why anime is better for kids than Western cartoons.
We've created a society where everybody wants their hand held by the government and they don't want any personal responsibility. You should be personally responsible for your kids, the content that they consume, everything really. The people that they hang out with, the kind of things that they learn, the books they read, the movies they watch. As a parent, you should be personally responsible for this shit. Like, what is wrong with you, right? I'll give you an easy guide though, okay guys?
Not wrong.
Easy guide.
Also not controversial.
Before, but Leaflet's guide to parenting is very fucking easy, okay? It's like this. All right, you go here, you go on you go on here. And if you have a girl, you go Smile Preaker and you just play this. You just play this. All right, you get all 50 episodes and you just tell them like you can watch any Precure episode whichever one you want. You can watch any of them, and then you have your kids watch this thing, and then they'll end up being upstanding
copyright
adults that learn about duty. They learn about being good people, how to be good friends, responsibility. You can like even give them.
Okay, so what we have so far, if you have daughters, but if you're planning on having daughters, make them watch Smile Precure, because they're magical girls with a good message.
Them the English version. I know a lot of people hate the English version, but you know what? Fine. You know what? We should dub it. It should be a natural. You know how like we're guys. You know how the government is spending money on like trans musicals in like Iran and stuff. Or
honestly, I don't know. Should you make a child watch subtitled anime or just give them the dubbed version? I mean, do we really think it's going to be too hard for them to try and read, or do we think that would be a good challenge for the child to learn how to read and read quickly with subtitled movies and television shows? There's a good question. What would you do as a parent?
For Iraq or whatever the hell, we should just spend money on dubbing Precure. Honestly, like a good dub of Precure that's like actually really solid, really well written, like done. We should just do that and then just provide it for free for parents, and it would solve everything. This is a kid's show, by the way. This is like for like 8 to 12-year-old girls. Actually, it's like 6 to.
Depends on the age. Younger dubbed, older subbed. I suppose that's fair. Now, if they're like preteen or something like that, yeah, you're watching the subtitled version. You know how to read. If they're just a little kid, 3, 4, 5 years old, yeah, give them the dubbed version. Because, they're still learning to read at that age. Reading's still hard. That's fair.
To 6 to 12. Basically, each of the characters in the show.
Guess
have,
what?
Like, some
Lol.
kind of
Copyright.
Like, it's like some kind of life problem, and then like they go through like an entire arc of like fixing it. And this was like her problem is that like she wanted to like study abroad, but then she didn't really want to, and it was kind of about like, is she abandoning her duty by wanting to do something else that was like basically being faced with like two duties, like which one do you pick? And it was kind of about that. And every single one goes through like every single one of them has like their own like sort of problem, and it just teaches you like responsibility, like how to be a good person. Yeah, each character has a theme, and like hers was like having a noble heart. Yeah, and then so if you have a daughter, you get this, and then if you have a son,
She
you just
looks
give
the
him
type
One
to
Piece.
have a noble heart.
It's that easy. It's easy. Like I'm gonna write a guide. Honestly, I should do a guide. It's super
That
easy.
sword, that goes
A lot of
hard.
anime does that. That's why Psychopaths want to ban all of it. Yeah, well, a lot of like anime kid shows, like even like kind of weird ones, they have a lot of kind of they teach good cultural values, right? Her whole arc was that she had a single mom parent, and basically her mom was always busy, and that was like kind of the arc, right? Like her whole arc.
Going to have
there.
to hide the stack up
What's it
overlay
called? What's
here.
for my little girl? It's called Pretty Cure. Pretty Cure. There's like a lot of it. There's a lot of
Pretty
seasons.
Cure.
There's like,
Okay.
There's like
It's
22.
we
There's
thought it was
22 seasons
Pretty
right
Cure.
now, and they're like about 50 episodes each. They're between 45 and 50 episodes each, and they're all kind of good values. Like,
Yeah, that seems to be something that's been lost with a lot of anime as of late. You don't see too many cities that go for 52 episodes anymore. Like, I just wrapped up, I binged watched all of My Dress Up Darling Season 1. They're currently putting out episodes for Season 2. Season 1 was, I think, 13 episodes. And that's it. I think Season 2 is going to be another 13 episode. It seems like almost gone are the days of an anime putting out 52 episodes, one for each week of a year. That was almost to be expected for a lot of anime. And certainly, I think you still see it with a lot of tokusatsu cities. I don't know, maybe it's one of those things where it depends. There's certain legacy shows that still do that. I know Detective Conan is still pumping out new episodes in Japan. I think you're getting them like a week behind if you've got Crunchyroll. And I think they're still doing it where an entire season is 52 episodes in 1 year. My Dress Up Darling might cover the whole manga run. I hope they do. I've heard great things about the manga. Would love to sit down and read it myself whenever I get some time. There's actually a manga that I read recently. I think it's called something like Hitomi-chan is Shy with Strangers. And it's, part slice of life, part romance. And it has yet to be adapted into an anime. And a lot of people are saying it's really good and should be adapted into an anime. So who knows, maybe in a couple of years we'll get one. But I don't know. I know Hitomi-chan, I've read it all. Yeah. I've only read the first volume. But it's good. I like it. Only 3 costumes left. Next episode should finish the 3rd from end. Oh. I think we're all just sort of anxious to get to the part where Gojo finally confesses his feelings for Meren. The scene's already been written out in the manga. It has been written in the manga. But manga is so often a storyboard for what the anime would eventually look like. So it will be interesting and exciting to see that particular scene in anime form. Got an app, probably pirate upload. Sailing the high seas, are we? Then again, some of the best anime can be found that way, and manga.
Each character usually represents like a certain each character represents some kind of positive female value, basically. So like you have like there's all sorts of it just depends on the character. So it's like One Piece for little girls. It's basically Power Rangers for girls. The best way to explain it. It's you know how like in Power Rangers, I mean like it wasn't even.
It's a task
even in Power
force.
Rangers, it wasn't like quite as good as in Precure, but it's basically like there was some kind of problem that they had to deal with, and it was like trying to like have some kind of good values and like using that to solve the problem. It was kind of.
You see that a lot with the Super Sentai shows. Which, by the way, chat, if you want to see the original source material for Power Rangers, go to Shout Factory TV. I believe they've got available for streaming all of the Super Sentai shows from about 1991-92 up to the late 2000s. And in particular, if you want to see the original one that they based Power Rangers off of, Zyuranger, that's available. It is far, far different from what we got with Power Rangers. But still, fantastic shows. Probably either the end of second to last or the start of the last epilogue episode. Yeah, that would be a good episode to close it out on with that scene. Glitter Force, that was my first anime. That sounds like a magical girl anime to me. Sounds like something similar to Smile Pretty Cure. Also another one that had Power Rangers vibes, Sailor Moon. Because, I mean, think about it. You have five girls, got the whole multicolored costume set going on, have to combine the powers together to beat the baddies. It's right there on your screen. What? My first anime was probably the original first season of Pokemon. It's probably that way for a lot of people. We started out with Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z. What were some of the other ones they had at the time? I don't know, some of my first animes that I ever watched were... Let's see, they had... Some of my first ones would actually... I don't know if anybody remembers Ronin Warriors. It was originally broadcast in Japan as Samurai Troopers. That's available on Retro Crush if anyone wants to watch that one. That one also had a Power Rangers vibe to it. Well, that brings me back. I know, right? Welcome in, Rosso. And, oh, anybody remember Samurai Pizza Cats? That was a Saban adaptation. They've got the original one out now, and I think they also have Samurai Pizza Cats available on streaming once again. But that was an interesting one where I remember talking with Tony Oliver about this one years ago. He was one of the producers and voice actors on the show. Tony Oliver, those of you who don't know, big producer with Saban Productions. Also the voice of Arsène Lupin III in the Lupin III various television series. And in the movies. I asked him about it. I was like, is it really true that you lot didn't have any scripts to work with when you were developing, when you were trying to adapt Samurai Pizza Cats? And I believe he told me, yeah, we had nothing to work with. So very often we were just riffing and just writing up improv comedy to sort of fill the time. We would sort of stick with the basic gist of the plot line, but yeah, that was one of those that he had quite a free hand to write whatever they wanted to. And it's one of those shows where the dub is actually quite entertaining. I'm normally not one for dubbed anime, but that one was entertaining. I remember growing up, it was quite fun. Were you able to watch that Healer anime? I recommend it. Was it, what was it, Redo of Healer or something like that? I've got it in the queue. Trying to remember, was that one that I watched? No, that was Solo Leveling that I watched the other day. I've got it in the queue. I've got a lot to get through. But I've got it in there.
Kind of like that, basically. No, I don't think Sailor Moon is as good as Pretty Cure as far as being like for
What?
kids. I think that
Blasphemy.
I think Sailor Moon is more like for older kids, older teens and adults. It's not really for little kids. Like Precure you could show to little kids.
Okay, well, I suppose that's
basically.
fair.
So this girl, she's a nerd. Like she was into like anime and Gundams and stuff like that. Like she's like the one that she wants to be like a manga.
Oh, The Brilliant Healer's New Life in the Shadows. Yes, I remember that title. I do have it in the queue. Oh yeah, I'm rather happy one of my webtoons I was reading got a physical copy.
Manga like writer, like that's like her art. Her art, because she wants to make manga. Like most of the
Which
time, the
webtoon?
villains in Precure are kind of like they represent like kind of a negative emotion or a negative desire come to fruition. Is basically like what they are. Is like they're embodiments of like deadly sins, basically, where it's kind of understandable because they're not actually like necessarily like full evil, but they're the enemies are typically people that have fallen due to temptation. And temptations of like 7 deadly sins is kind of like what the
They're
enemies
living
are.
in
But this guy
sin.
was straight up fucking evil. Like this guy was just evil. Like compared to like,
Cures
other
versus
Beaker villains, he was
Joker.
like super evil. Yeah, because like these other characters, like they all had their reasons for like they had their
Sounds like a
reasons for being
knockoff of the
bad,
Joker from Batman.
where they were manipulated or like they desired something and
Yeah, guess what, Cures? You get what you fucking deserve. Unordinary, it's a wonderfully darker take on kids having powers. Oh, that sounds interesting.
it was taken away from them or something like that. Like some kind of like you can see how they became.
Speaking of a darker take on that, there's actually an anime. I've been waiting for it to appear somewhere. It's another one of those long-ass names, but a lot of people refer to it as Loser Ranger. It's actually an animated Sentai series of some kind. And an interesting take on, what if you had one of these Super Sentai squadrons that they were actually the bad guys, and the real hero was some sort of underdog that didn't quite make the cut. Yeah, Go Loser Ranger, that's the one. I've been interested in seeing that for a while. Only trouble is I don't know where to watch it. Except maybe if I wanted to sail the high seas. They have a might makes right society where your level power can lead to opening doors to better ways of life. It's a good read as well. Yeah.
Evil, whereas this guy is just a psycho. Like what kind of shit do kids even watch nowadays, right? Don't they watch shit like Bratz and stuff? I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm too old. I don't know what kids watch anymore. So there's a lot of good stuff like for...
I honestly don't know what the kids are watching these days. Besides one too many TikTok videos of, stupid shit that doesn't make any sense. Of course, then again, that would explain the younger generation's humours about Skibbity Toilet and Ohio Riz and constantly prattling on about Sigmas and blah, blah, blah.
Under age 5, but I feel like once you get to like the 6
oh
to
yeah,
12
Bluey.
bracket,
There's
get,
one
like,
they
really not good stuff. Am I the only one that thinks that? Like the content doesn't really teach kids like good stuff, right? But just I feel like there were a lot of stuff like this.
If anything, watching Bluey, I think they injected some LGBT propaganda into that one. So, yeah, if you don't want your children exposed to something like that, don't let them watch Bluey. What the hell happened to Bananas in Pajamas? That was a fairly decent show for children.
So we're just kind of like I feel like culturally good. Like I just feel like they had a lot to offer people
Adventures
in terms
of
of
Mencha.
morality. Do parents not have the tools? Like I don't know. Like is it an issue of parents not having the tools anymore?
I don't know if it's not the tools, it's more of the will and the resolve. There's a lot of parents that they can't be bothered. They really just cannot be bothered. It's like, oh, parental controls? Yeah, can't be asked. Having some say in what's in the watch queue for their children? No, can't be asked. Mummy and Daddy have had a long day, and we don't want to have to worry about such things. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just sort of what you signed on for. So maybe pull your head out of your arse or out to the ground or wherever you're hiding it. and start exercising control over what it is that your children are watching. I mean, a good start would probably be taking the tablets and the phones away. I don't think anyone needs to be having a tablet until they're a teenager or an adult. I really don't. There's just too much trouble they can get up to with easy access to tech like that. At least in the old days, you had to put some work into it. And you had to be in a fixed location with a computer or with a game console hooked up to a television. But at least the parents knew where you were and they could check in on you and make sure you're staying out of trouble. Especially don't let your kids do any online gaming. That's just begging for your child to get into some kind of trouble, or to even get groomed.
Like wholesome stuff to show their kids in like the West at least. Like what's going on? Dragon Ball teaches a lot too. It kind of does, honestly. Like even if like Dragon Ball is kind of like, you know, Dragon Ball's still kind of Dragon Ball, but like they do have like, you know, fighting against evil and like working hard like to get there, right? It always starts out with them like kind of getting beat up by it and then having to stand up and then, you know, go train to go beat it up, right? It's kind of like the similar sort of angle. Lethal Weeaboo on Twitch has a good point. Parents basically just give their kids, dude, every time, guys, every fucking time I go out, like to eat or something, and I see a family and they have kids, their kids are always fucking playing like Minecraft or watching some kind of YouTube fucking influencer thing, like all the time. It's like some Mr. Beast sort of shit, like all the time. It's crazy.
Yeah, heads buried in a tablet. I wouldn't mind so much if their nose was stuck in a book. But no, they're always on some sort of tablet. Because the focus for parents is keep the children quiet and tranquilized. Because apparently they can't, I don't know, hire a sitter or something like that when they take them out.
Crazy. But like, dude, I'm gonna be real, even Uma Musume would be better than like what kind of rot.
Wait,
I'm gonna be real.
what did the other...
Uma Musume would be better than like...
Ah.
But like, dude, I'm gonna be real, even Uma Musume would be better.
Teaching them kids how to gamble early on. Let's go. I mean, it's still a damn sight more wholesome than some of the other shit that's out there.
Than like what kind of rot that they have now. Like Uma Musume kind of follows the same thing of like, oh, you know.
Uma Musume is not brain rot. That is one saving grace about it. It's not brain rot. A lot of the shit that you see out there targeted at children, it's just absolute brain rot.
You know, you do your best, you train to like kind of achieve what you want, and then life is gonna throw obstacles in your way and it's gonna suck, but then you're gonna keep standing up every time and you're gonna overcome, right? It's always like that. It's like such a good message all the time, right? Parents have been given plenty of tools to monitor their children's behavior. They just don't want to be parents. Instead, they want to be someone else to raise them. People treat their pets better than they do their own children. Dude, that's so sad.
Yeah.
That's like
true and real.
But
true and real.
I think that does tie into like this whole thing of like, oh, you know, YouTube, we're gonna monitor your kids now, so you don't have to do it. Like, don't worry about it. Like, we will monitor your kids for you, right? And it's not good.
I think that's what a lot of parents out there want these days. They're just like, take it off my hands. Do it for me. Do my job for me. Because they just, again, they can't be asked.
It's not good. Parents should be responsible for this. And here's the problem, right? The problem is they want to do this at the expense of responsible people, right? So like if you're a person, you know, maybe you don't have kids, or maybe you do, and you take care of your kids. They want to give everyone else a hard time in order to make up for the fact that some people are bad at being parents, right? And like they want to what's the word? They want to impose on everybody else for the sake of people that aren't doing their jobs.
Because of shitty parents, we all have to suffer. Is apparently the prevailing orthodoxy. Because some parents are shit at their jobs, we all have to suffer, apparently.
People should be giving their kids good content. Like if you're gonna put your kid in front of a TV, you should know what they're. Oh my god, dude! This actually, the more I think about it, the more this really does play into like just a greater cultural issue. Like for instance, right before, dude, I remember when I was a kid and like my dad had to go do something. Like my dad would like he had like some important, like he has like some business stuff to do. He would be like, "Here's Star Wars, go watch it." And I'd watch like Star Wars, or like here's like Land Before Time, go watch it. Or, you know, here's something Disney, go watch it, right? You don't even have that anymore because they fucking shitted on like Disney stuff so hard. Parents can't even trust Disney anymore. Yeah, Pokemon. I had Pokemon too. Yeah, true. I had Pokemon. Right? But yeah, it was like even back then when parents were busy.
Yeah, 90s Disney was pretty good. You know, put the kids in front of the television for a couple of hours worth of Disney shows from the 90s. Tailspin, Darkwing Duck, DuckTales, Gargoyles. Let's see what else we have. Goof Troop, Chippendale Rescue Rangers, Bonkers. You know, shows like that, they were an entire, like, afternoon or Saturday morning block. And it was fun and it was funny. It was good content. And for a lot of us kids that grew up in the 90s, I mean, that was our afternoon. You'd grab yourself a snack and a drink. And you'd do your homework while you were watching Goof Troop, a Darkwing Duck or something. Or, you know, maybe you'd flip over and you'd have the Warner Brothers block of Animaniacs and Batman the Animated Series. And Superman. Kids these days, they got no idea. They'll never know how good we had it back then. It was a simpler and better time.
And they didn't have time. They had IPs and businesses that they could trust. Like, okay, like I can show my kids something from Disney. Like I used to watch like those whenever, you know, my dad had to like step out for a second, like he would play like he put in like a tape of like these Disney sing-alongs. And yeah, you have a lot of those kind of stuff, right?
Oh
But
yeah, the
nowadays,
old Disney
like,
sing-along
you can't even
VHS.
trust Disney because they're gonna do some shit like they're gonna put some like fucking like some fucking political message in there that has nothing to do with being a kid and teaching kids good values. It's like they're pushing some weird shit all the time on kids, and it's so fucking annoying. You can't trust them to do it. Yeah, like dude, that's fucking perfect, right? Like you watch a kid shows nowadays like this shit, right? Proud Family Reparations. There we go.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
you try to give your kids like some content, right? Oh, I can trust Disney. Disney.
Slaves built the pyramids. Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves, do 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 do. Slaves, do 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 do. Slaves, do 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 do. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you, slaves.
Disney's a
If you watch Kirsche streams, if you know, you know.
trusted brand. I can put my kids in front of Disney. I don't have to even look at what it is. You should still probably know, like, to be honest, as a parent. But back then, you didn't have to. You could trust Disney. You could trust any of these Disney, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network. You could trust them to give something.
Yeah, back
kind of
when they
wholesome to
actually
your kids,
put
at
out
least in
good
certain
shit.
time slots, right? Like, like Adult Swim and like gets a little crazy. Gets a little crazy at night. But you could always trust, like, during like the daytime, during the kids time, you could trust that it was gonna be like something that was gonna teach your kids good values, teach them critical thinking, teach them all of this stuff, right? You knew that it was like a good thing. Like it wasn't something you wanted to like only do, but it was something that you could safely do. But now you try to show your kids some shit, and this is what they get.
This country was built on slavery.
Like, look at this shit. Hands up, don't shoot.
Oh, look
For a
at that.
kids show.
Copyright.
Like, what the fuck are they doing? You know what I mean? Like, these are not topics that kids are equipped to deal with. This is political shit that they're pushing on kids
they're
to
not.
brainwash them. So kids can't even trust Disney anymore, right? I'm telling you guys, man.
It is anti-white racism being pushed upon young, impressionable children. And it's especially teaching young white children that they are somehow irredeemably evil just for existing.
Anime just keeps winning. Anime is not doing this shit.
And they say Lincoln freed the slaves.
But slaves were men.
And women.
So it's like you can't even show, like, again, you can't even show fucking kids shows to kids anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, also, do we really want something that has just got animated characters with such angry faces on them? Because this is what we're seeing here. This is done out of anger. Whereas you go back to 90s Disney and Nickelodeon shows and Warner Brothers shows, and they weren't done out of anger. They were done out of artists genuinely wanting to create something entertaining for children. This is done out of anger. To push a message. They don't give a damn about being entertaining. It's just to push a message and done out of anger. Whereas you go back to 90s shows, that was done out of love. There was a love of craft with those old television shows and those old movies. There's no love here with whatever the hell this is.
It's like you can't even trust, right? Again, we're talking about kids, right? Like ages 6 to 13 or something. Now that I think about it, I think people were right. I think Steven Universe did start this. Fuck, I liked Steven Universe too. Oh,
I've
no.
never seen
I think
Steven
it did start
Universe,
this,
and
actually.
if
It
this
did.
is any indicator,
Whoever
I
said
don't
that
think I want
before,
to.
I think you're right. Man. Even Pokemon is better because Pokemon is all about like working hard, right? And overcoming
working hard,
struggles.
training
Not about,
hard.
like fucking reparations.
It's, I mean, what is Pokemon? I think that Pokemon can really be summed up with the original theme song. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide, teach Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch them all, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend, in a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all, a heart so true, our courage will pull us through. You teach me, and I'll teach you. Ooh, ooh, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em all, yeah. Feel free to clip that, someone.
Can you imagine you put your like fucking 10-year-old kid in front of the TV and it starts ranting about reparations? Like, bro, what the fuck? This was all about being like
more
an
copyright,
elegant girl that,
yay!
like, heals the world. Also, this fucking princess walk was so peak. Like in the opening, where like all the bad guys show up and they're like, "Here's all the bad guys. They're all the evil people." They show up. And look at this absolute princess walk towards the enemies. And they're like healing the ground while they walk towards them. Like this fucking desolate wasteland that the enemies created. And they're just slowly walking.
That, I think, is a nod to... what was it? The animation for Daikon 4. Where you saw an entire landscape get obliterated. And then... completely restored.
Towards them. Japan just keeps winning. Anime keeps winning. It's unreal. Oh man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You mentioned instilling good morals into kids. Unfortunately, Western society has consistently pushed hedonism and the destruction of values that America was built upon. I know, dude. I know. That is the problem. And you know, a lot of the problem is, to be honest, and I remember this being kind of the sentiment before too, where like moral and religious groups have been very lame at creating content. And that's always been kind of the sentiment, is that...
Yeah, about... there was one really good series that was created specifically for the Christian audience. And that was Superbook. The original. I believe it was in the 80s. And that was where Pat Robertson's CBN network reached out to Toei Animation and said, hey, make an anime series about the Bible. And so concept of time travel was inserted, and observations of everything from original sin to crucifixion and resurrection of Christ. And they've gotten a lot of mileage out of that. They've had a whole lot of spin-offs and sequels. But really, the original, that was peak.
They're lame at doing it. And the reason why is because there are a lot of people, a lot of the people that are kind of at the top, and the Republicans are also like, you could use like Christianity, but you could also use Republicans. They're all kind of like involved in this, where they had this idea that they were above engaging in the culture, right? Like they're
You're not
too good.
above.
They don't have.
You're
to
not
engage.
above engaging in the culture. If you don't engage in the culture, the culture will turn against you. I think part of the reason why we've seen this shifting cultural tide of history, especially in the past year or so, is not just because of government overreach throughout and emerging from the pandemic, but also because people in various right-wing spheres got online and started to engage with the culture. Engaging with the culture through posts, through discussions, through content creations, but also through memes. One thing that has really driven the culture, especially the past 10 years, has been the creation of memes. And there has been a definite rightward shift with a lot of those. It really is true that the left cannot meme. So much of their memes are just not grounded in reality. So the meme game and the engaging culture game, in sort of an underground sense, the right wing has actually been doing a lot better on that than the left has.
Engage in the culture, so whatever, we'll just abandon it, and like it doesn't matter, like, because we're doing our own more high level stuff, right?
Yeah, I think it was also abandoned in large part by the left because they had the institutions. They had the institutions, they had traditional forms of entertainment that they absolutely dominated. And in their arrogance, they believed that they didn't need to engage with the culture, and especially the online culture. They didn't have to engage in memes. They didn't have to have these conversations with people because for them, they were just so swept up in huffing their own farts concerning the end of history that they thought, well, we've won and anything else is just an aberration and a mental illness. And we can just, we can just use the state to violently persecute anyone who dares to defy us. Trouble is, it didn't quite work because the response was just so overwhelming against them. They got ratioed the fuck out of them. They got ratioed so hard. And they're still getting ratioed. And they'll continue to be ratioed. Because people have realized how full of shit they are.
And by doing that, they have allowed basically depravity and evil to kind of take its place, and then they've created the content, right? And so we're only realizing now, kind of in the more recently, in like in the last, like, I want to say 5 years, where people have saying like, oh shit, like if we don't do this, then Yuri, Bezmenov is going to be true about how they just allowed the culture to be like taken over, basically, right? So you have all this content coming out that doesn't really teach any values, any good values to like kids. And now you're going to have kids that don't have those, that don't have good values. And then those people are going to be the ones creating the next content. And soon you're completely taken over. Yeah, exactly. I know this is like kind of a really big tangent on the whole thing, but we're only, guys, I think I went on like a 40-minute tangent. It's only been 1 minute in the video. 1 minute and 28 seconds.
But we love the tangents.
What I'm trying to say is that people need to parent more.
Using AI to monitor behavior is pretty dang creepy. But then they say that if they estimate that you're under 18, you're going to be forced to submit your credit card or government ID to prove that you're not. Yeah, that policy seems pretty terrible in of itself, and it also seems like something that could be abused just to try to force people to submit their...
If I have kids, I'm showing them Trigun, Gunsmith Cats, and other gun...
Oh, hell yeah. Hang on. Trigun Gunsmith Cats, other gun-focused anime to show guns are cool and badass, then Madoka Magica to show them guns kill people and aren't toys. Is that a bad idea? No, that is a brilliant idea. That is an absolute brilliant idea. I think we found a top tip for parents here. Those of you who are parents or are thinking about becoming parents, write this down. Show your children Trigun, Gunsmith Cats, and other gun-focused anime to show them that guns are cool and badass, then follow it along with Madoka Magica. I think that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
Gunsmith Cats and other gun... What the fuck? And then Malika, don't show them Malika, dude. Show them Pretty Cure in like One Piece.
Oh yeah, Pretty Cure and
Draco,
yeah,
I guess
One
Boku
Piece.
no Pico. What are you doing, bro?
Of course, with One Piece, there's now so many fucking episodes that it's like you could start at the beginning, but you'd never catch up. I have a feeling that by the time I have children, actually by the time I have grandchildren, One Piece will probably still be going on. They'll probably still be going. It's just a song that never ends.
Trial by fire. Then show them Tanya. Don't show them Tanya the Evil. What are you guys doing?
That was good content. We're going to give that a like. And then I am going to drop in the chat the link to the leaflet video. That way everyone else can go give it a watch, go give it a like. Let's see, how are we doing on time? Okay. What about 90 minutes in? I absolutely want to get to these. Mentis Wave has got a new one. Why China is not an example of communist or socialist success. And this one looks good as well. Going to save that in a tab. We'll get to it. Anyways, Mentis Wave video. Let's go. CCP has boasted about having lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. However, they were only able to do this because hundreds of millions of people had been living in poverty under its rule. Antonio Gachefo.
Hey internets, there has been a very interesting narrative that has gained a little bit of extra traction in the last 5 years or so. And this is for socialists to claim that the Chinese Communist Party, or China in general, is an example of successful socialism. And you'll find this throughout the internet. If you go on Blue Sky, you'll see them saying this. Or if you go to those socialist subreddits, which there's quite a lot of them actually, you'll see people saying this. Or heck, I even see some of those MAGA communist types saying this. And indeed, on a very simplistic surface level, if you look at China, there does seem to be some evidence of success. They are indeed run by a Chinese Communist Party, and chances are good that they have been run by said party throughout all of your lifetime. And of course, there does seem to be some wins to their name. China is number 2 in nominal GDP. As of the making of this video, China was also in the top 20
They're probably fudging those
in
numbers.
terms of growth from 1980 to 2010.
They're probably fudging those numbers.
The Chinese people have also enjoyed a very noticeable increase to their quality of life in the last 20 years. And plus,
They're probably fudging those numbers.
it's really hard to deny just how beautiful the Chinese skyline is at night. I mean, seriously, just look at it. It's not bad at all.
Not sure what happened with the video there. I mean, it looks cool. You just sort of hope and pray it's not a bunch of tofu construction. Otherwise, those skyscrapers are going to be falling down fairly quickly.
Kind of makes you want to visit there. A lot of those major Chinese cities really do look pretty darn good. And indeed, there's tons of videos out there on YouTube you can find of people visiting Chinese hotels and being blown away by them. So I guess that's it then. The socialists finally did it, and all of us crazy free marketeer libertarians, well, it looks like we were just plain wrong. Or perhaps not. Or actually, not at all. Not anywhere near close. Yeah, in this video, I'm going to be explaining why this claim from various internet socialists that the Chinese Communist Party has created successful socialism is nothing more than pure 100% unfiltered cope. And I mean maximum copium straight from the copioid factory. Because when you take a more in-depth look
Huffing
at
it
things,
hard.
you'll realize that the Chinese Communist Party has not achieved communism, has largely reversed most of its socialist policies since the mid-1970s, and has been relatively unsuccessful. In fact, the overwhelming majority of all Chinese wins in the last 50 years can be attributed to factors outside the actions of the Chinese Communist Party, or the CCP as they're sometimes called. Rather, the CCP is actually responsible for most of China's problems, as they are guilty of numerous sins. Sins including genocide, oppression of their own people, forced organ harvesting of political dissenters, political repression, completely unnecessary market regulations, severe government corruption, sometimes near total suppression of free speech, no real free press, so to speak.
I mean, you still can't call Xi Jinping Winnie the Pooh, even though he's fat and does look an awful lot like Winnie the Pooh.
Religious persecution, as well as spying on their own citizens and people abroad even, with the usual extensive internet censorship, where they actually will punish their own citizens for just criticizing the CCP. Which, speaking of bad actors spying on what you're doing online, this video's sponsor is Private Internet Access. A lot of people unfortunately
Sponsor
still don't
time.
quite understand why you need a VPN while using the internet. And it's often the same old fallacy of thinking that if you aren't doing anything wrong, then you don't need privacy. Yeah, no. This mentality will trap you in the mindset
that's
that
caved
it's
in head
perfectly
brain
fine for
thinking.
government and hackers to be able to effectively stand behind your back and watch everything you are doing. The reality is, whether it's those hackers trying to steal your identity, your credit cards, your passwords, and other personal data, or the surveillance state or copyright trolls, a VPN remains the best way to protect yourself from these problems at a cost that is
More
significantly
intellectual
less than the
property,
danger of using
bro.
the internet
Fuck your
unprotected.
intellectual
Private Internet
property.
Access solves the problem for you by using RAM-only, no-log servers and top-of-the-line encryption to mask your IP online and stop potential bad actors from stealing your info. Not only are they a top-quality VPN, but their app is stable, user-friendly, and available on all of your devices without limitations. PIA also comes with excellent downloading and upload speeds, tons of security features, and one particular favorite is that it is very streamer-friendly. They have servers all over the world you can choose from, and many of them are optimized for Netflix,
Sweet.
Hulu, Amazon Prime, HBO Max, Disney and Paramount Plus, etc., etc. And you can use PIA to unlock the geo-restricted content on streaming services, allowing you access to a much wider variety of movies and TV shows. It is also very affordable. If you use my personal link in the description below, you can get Private Internet Access now for 83% off at only $2.03 per month, plus 4 months free, and all covered with a 30-day money-back, risk-free guarantee. Seriously, it's a good VPN, get it. Anyways, to truly understand why the Chinese Communist Party, or again the CCP, is not in any way responsible for the vast majority of any of the successes that any of the Chinese have had in the last 100 years or so, you first need to get a quick rundown of the history. The CCP was first founded in the early 1920s, but like most communist parties, they kind of started out as a mostly milquetoast intellectual party that focused more on their universities. However, that's actually a pretty good strategy, and so they did start to slowly gain power, mainly leading up to the rise of Mao Zedong. Now, Mao was not one of the core leading founders of the CCP.
No, he was actually a rather fledgling, obscure figure that took advantage of certain power vacuums and really just manipulated his way to the top. He wasn't anyone special.
He's just the most famous because he oversaw the CCP's transition from a simple political party to the leading party in control of the Chinese government, as he is the man that is often seen as responsible for the victory of the Chinese Communist Revolution, and the dominance of the People's Liberation Army from October 1947 to effectively now. However, Mao Zedong was an interesting man. He can be considered half an intellectual and half a military leader. To again, keep things short, this unfortunately may be the reason many of his ideas and practices can be considered quite cruel and evil. He adopted a style of Marxist-Leninist theory mixed with Chinese thought, partially from the early CCP intellectuals and part his own vision of a Chinese future. Mainly, he believed very strongly in violence as a way to gain favor and control, with a heavy emphasis in the ends justify the means mentality.
Yeah, he's the one who came up with the phrase "power comes from the barrel of a gun."
For example, he would publicly torture and execute landlords to gain control of an area, regardless of whether or not they had done anything wrong, and then he would promise his plunder to the peasants simply as a way of getting them on his side. He would also torture and murder random people to gain false confessions, which he would then use to justify more power grabs, often against his own party. So even other members of the CCP, accusing those he viewed as getting in his way of gaining power as being counter-revolutionaries, regardless of any real evidence. It was all just consequentialist and him gaining power, so this can be most easily understood as a rule by fear strategy. As the CCP became the dominant political party post-World War II, Mao secured his position as the leader through effectively implying by action that anyone who opposed him would be labeled and then imprisoned or killed without outright stating it. And so then the obvious question about Mao becomes, or the Mao question as we'll call it, is did the ends justify the means? Well, if by the ends in terms of Mao's personal status, he did manage to stay in power quite a long time, but if by the ends we're
devastating
talking in
power of
terms
so
of being
life.
good for the long-term well-being of the Chinese people, well, obviously and very absolutely not. Mao Zedong's reign stands as a textbook historical example of communist failure. His Great Leap Forward policies managed to somehow be an even worse version of previous Marxist-Leninist collectivization stupidity, because Mao believed he could industrialize the nation without sacrificing farm output by collectivizing the farms, despite the fact that farm collectivization had already proved to be a failed policy idea decades prior in the Soviet Union. Which is sad, but also very interesting, because a very common commie cope about the Soviet famines, at least, is that famines were just more common back then, so, you know, it was just bad luck or something. Yeah, pure cope. But then
Yeah,
here
no.
was Mao experiencing the same fail in the late 50s to late 60s when famines were far less common. Estimated death toll of the tale of Chairman Mao and yet another farm collectivization fail, 15 to 55 million. So very much not good. Next, Mao's Cultural Revolution was little more than purging the Chinese people of their heritage for no real reason other than it was allegedly associated with lay capitalism and therefore lay bad. What it did in practice was just shut down businesses and schools while persecuting any intellectual or artist deemed to be associated with said lay bad, lay capitalist culture, while
Yeah, they basically eliminated all of their heritage. Under the guise of lay capitalism, lay bad. But really, when you eliminate those sort of roots for people of culture, heritage, tradition, identity, when you do that, you actually have a more pliant and compliant population. And that's what he was really aiming for.
ultimately screwing over skilled workers, you know, the people you kind of need for an economy to function or advance. And then there was also the general issues of unrealistic quotas into the Chinese economy under Mao. One of the biggest problems with communism is that it tries to centrally plan economic output that would, in a privatized system, be handled by incentives. To try and get around this, a communist regime will often use quotas to incentivize people to act instead. This is because there's a kind of a problem here. To get someone to do something for you, the only two consistent ways anyways are to either reward them or to punish them. And because the rewards that come with privatization under capitalist economics are deemed in this system to be lay bad, this means communist regimes, in practice, must threaten those who fail to meet their quotas. And then when those quotas make little to no sense whatsoever, which, considering the knowledge problem of central planning, they generally often do, since communism destroys the very thing that allows an economy to have any way to know what a realistic quota even means in the first.
Yeah, what a shocker. Central planners had no idea how to manage a farm. Probably because a lot of them weren't farmers.
Place. The result is that the people who are forced to live in this kind of system are forced to do these really weird, extremely irrational things, like melting down their tools for steel in order to meet unrealistic steel quotas, or falsely accusing their neighbors of cattle theft in order to avoid punishment for impossible grain quotas, or other false accusations or other bizarre excuses that ultimately resulted in very low trust society. And then for the grain and other goods that were produced, where they were allocated was wrought with inefficiency and poor planning, usually resulting in more resources being put into cities while the rural peasants starved to death. Yeah, so much for that lie that the peasants were sold during the communist revolution, that they would be the ones in charge and that they would be the ones owning the land. The result of all these failures is that China under Mao enjoyed
not
an
happening.
almost near zero economic growth. In fact, around the time that Mao Zedong died in 1976 and thus was no longer chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, global poverty was estimated around 1.5 to 2 billion, with the number of Chinese in that poverty bucket being somewhere around 700 to 800 million. In other words, Mao's economy was such an epic and colossally pathetic failure that roughly half of all global poverty existed purely in China. Which then brings us to the first major commie cope that needs to be refuted in regards
he
to
fucked
China
up.
being allegedly successful socialism or successful communism or whatever. Which is one I actually already covered a long time ago in my video on the Gravel Institute. From the late 70s to the early 1990s, China was the country country that had the greatest reduction in overall global poverty. And leftoids, alongside the Chinese Communist Party propaganda division, will cite this as proof of socialist success, which of course is completely insane for two very simple reasons. The first of which is of course the fact that China would be the only country that could reduce most of global poverty at that time, because half the global poverty was in China. So it's a very, very weird thing to brag about. It's like a person with a 20-foot high, 5-ton pile of trash in their backyard who finally gets down to cleaning it, then bragging that they were the one in the neighborhood who cleaned up the most trash. I mean, yeah, sure,
So they're the ones who
technically,
made
very
it.
pedantically, yes, congratulations to you, I guess. But of course, on a rational, realistic point of view, this is
They're
a
the
very,
ones who made the
very
mess.
stupid argument to make. And the second reason is, of course, the question of how China managed to reduce so much poverty in their country. Because back then, China had a poverty rate of over 80%. And today, in 2025, using the same World Bank data system, the Chinese poverty rate is now under 1%. So yeah, it's a pretty big cleanup, but again, a very big pile of trash. So how did they do it? Well, here's the thing, they did it by reversing most of their socialist policies. Under Mao, things like privatization of farms, for example, and industrialization was effectively banned. And so while the CCP was still in charge and still the dominant governing authority of China, they started to be communist effectively in name only. So for example, the HRS allowed farmers to lease land and then sell their surplus produce in markets, thus allowing effective privatization of the agricultural industry. And so Mao's collectivist policy was effectively dismantled around 1978. The CCP then allowed private businesses in rural areas to operate again, which had a result of, to no one's surprise, returning trade and manufacturing to the area. The CCP also had a bunch of what you'd call state-owned enterprises, which they then started to privatize in the 90s. And this pattern just kind of went on and on. They started allowing foreign investments, started reducing taxes, adding tax incentives for even less taxes, and they also started adopting kind of strategies that you see in more neoliberal countries. So for instance, using the taxes gained from the newly privatized industry and then using those taxes to fund education and infrastructure, which is effectively the same thing that the United States does, even though the United States is historically and generally considered to be a capitalist country. When you look at things a bit more in depth and what China has done in the last 40 years or so, they've actually adopted similar strategies as what the United States adopted with the New Deal. In other words, adopting a mixed market economy. This then brings us to the next commie-cope to be refuted. Yes, Reddit communists will unironically try to argue that communism is compatible with the free market. I wish I was joking. Now, to be honest, this is one case where it's really hard to tell the difference between the useful idiot
it's
communists and the unironically evil communists who are lying and know that they're lying. This is one of those things that can definitely just be a case of pure gaslighting. But it's common enough of a cope that it does need to be refuted. No, communism and socialism does not allow for a free market. This argument can only be made by equivocating on the definition of socialism and capitalism. And so this refutation has a long answer and a short answer. The long answer is that you should go read Hans Hermann Hoppe's book, A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism, and you will immediately gain a very in-depth understanding as to how insane this argument is. But of course, you're watching a video with the entire purpose being that you don't have to read a bunch of books to figure out these things. So here's a quick
read a
rundown.
book.
for
Who has
performance.
time for
All
that?
systems of economies can be broken down into two archetypes, socialism and capitalism. And all those economic systems can effectively be explained as combinations of those two types. Socialism being collective control of the means of production, which thus necessitates the interference of private individual property rights and the free exchange of goods and services, and capitalism being the system characterized by the private ownership of the means of production and not interfering with any kind of free exchange. And so when a communist says that you can have a free market and communism, well, that's not actually true, at least not to any kind of meaningful extent. I mean, sure, there is such a thing as market socialism, but that's just an example of a mixture of the two systems. They're not a binary. They're just different directions that an economy can go, and pretty much every single country is a mixture of the two in one way or another. And this just all kind of brings you to the question, okay, well, how do you understand whether or not an improvement of an economy was done by socialism or capitalism? And well, that's again by understanding things more in terms of what is a socialist policy and what is a capitalist policy, based on understanding what socialism and capitalism is and what the direction is, and how these differences tend to move things along in said directions. This can be a little bit complicated, so a simpler way to look at it is just pushing it to its logical conclusion. And so in the case of them claiming that communism is compatible with the free market, we can just ask ourselves a really obvious question, which is, could a 100% capitalist economy have a free market, thus allowing the totally free exchange of goods and services with private ownership? And the answer is yes, it absolutely could. It's literally the definition. And then could
Yes.
a communist system characterized by the collective owns of the means of production, which necessitates the interference of the free exchange of goods and services, could a 100% communist system that requires the collective to stamp its approval on everything before the exchange happens have a free market? No, it couldn't. The entire point of communism is under the claim that privatization is a lay-bad hierarchy, and thus it is justified to interfere with it, which means the market isn't free. And so market socialism is just when socialists allow enough capitalism that they can have a market, which is exactly what China did. In fact, if anything, and this is kind of an interesting thing that
And
most
then-
people don't point out, China
Under Xi Jinping, they started to roll a lot of that back.
in some ways went even harder on capitalism, and in some ways is even more towards capitalist policies than the United States is. And you might be wondering, well, what the heck could I possibly be talking about? And the answer to that is actually patents and so-called IP rights. Patents and IP focus on goods and services that aren't actually scarce resources. And thus, in order to enforce patents and IP, you actually need to interfere with the free market, because there's no actual material good or service. This kind of lies between the distinction of copying and theft. If you had the magic ability to copy your neighbor's food, that doesn't mean that your neighbor no longer has their food, which means that magical ability would allow you to copy your neighbor's food without interfering with your neighbor's desire of how to use their food. It wouldn't interfere with your neighbor's ability to then trade their food. On the flip side, the only way to stop this magical copying ability is to interfere with the magician's ability to freely exchange their goods and services. This is actually an interesting thing a lot of people don't realize, which is that IP rights and patents are actually socialist policies. And the Chinese Communist Party, well, what they do is they allow privatized industries to have much looser restrictions in terms of IP rights and patents, especially when it comes to overseas IP and patents. And this is one of the
Yeah, they really could give two shits about intellectual property. Chinese have proven time and again they will steal it if it benefits them.
biggest things that allows China to create so many cheap alternative products, which can then be exported to the global market. Because the CCP actually has a much more free market approach to IP and patents and whatnot on various inventions around the world, thus allowing for a plethora of cheap Chinese copy products. And this is just a simple example as to why, for people to fully understand these things, you really have to look at it in terms of understanding socialist policies and what the difference is between them and a capitalist policy. And that will allow you to better track whether or not a policy was successful or not, rather than just looking at, oh, well, this country calls themselves communist and they've had a much greater level of success in the last 40 years, therefore communism actually works. Well, no, that's actually a very stupid way of looking at things. Someone can call themselves anything. That doesn't
But it
objectively
says
change
communism
what
in
they
the
are. And that, I
name.
think, is where a lot of these communist copes come from in terms of the CCP, because technically the CCP is still in charge of China, is still the governing authority of China, but an objective look at their policies
For now, at
that
least.
came in line with China reducing their poverty level can all be traced to capitalist policies. Every time the CCP steps out of the way of its people and allows them to have private ownership and stops interfering with their daily lives and stops interfering with the free exchange of goods and services, the Chinese people are better off. Now, this all alone is enough to explain
they really
why
are.
claiming that China
Well,
is
for the most
successful
part.
and therefore communism is successful is not a good argument. But there's still quite a few more copes out there that really need to be shot down. I'll start with
There are certain cultural issues with the Chinese that need to be addressed. And I don't know if... I'm really not sure what the solution is with that sort of thing. Whether it's the heavy hand of government or removing the heavy hand of government, I'm not sure. But there are certain cultural problems in China that need to be addressed if they are to sustain themselves and survive.
with this one, which is the claim that the reason China is successful is because in China, capital is the political power. So in other words, they're pointing out the fact that billionaires in the United States have a lot of say due to things like lobbying and the revolving door and such. And like all midwit takes, it is of course pedantically correct. Yes, the United States is a lot more corrupt than they let on, but that doesn't tell you anything about capitalism unless your definition of capitalism is when the government does stuff, or that the government is corrupt and the solution is more government, which is effectively what they're trying to say here. In some ways, this is just another example of not understanding
Bros
the
be like,
difference between
"What?"
socialism and capitalism, but the main thing they're not understanding here is the existence of the non-productive class. Centralized authority, the main thing that makes it a socialist policy is that it's able to take money away from people in a non-voluntary manner, like for example taxation, and then they're able to spend those resources however they see fit, despite not actually engaging in anything that can be considered capitalism in order to earn those resources. Hence, they are non-productive. They didn't produce that resource from the free market or free exchange of goods or services. They gained it through theft. This is what the government and a thief have in common. And government corruption, well, that's just large businesses looking at what the government does and correctly identifying what it is, and them wanting to get in on being a member of the non-productive class. And yes, to some degree, the large corporations can be seen as guilty of wrongdoing when getting involved in this, but when it comes to hiring a hitman, for example, to put this in easier terms to understand, well, both the hitman and the guy hiring the hitman are in the wrong. And the solution to the problem of the hitman is definitely not giving more weapons to the hitman. That's not how you solve the problem. In fact, and interestingly enough, the only real difference between the United States government and the Chinese government in this instance is that the CCP is actually slightly more honest. Privatization in China allows for private ownership, but still maintains levels of state control. And so the non-productive class still controls how the government functions and what they do in China. It's just that the United States government likes to pretend that the same thing is capitalism, or just kind of sweep it in under the rug, whereas the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, does the opposite. They're like, oh yeah, we totally own all of these things. We're totally communist. It's all centrally planned, even though they're really not. In both instances, both of them have corruption. Chinese politicians and United States politicians are both accepting bribes out the wazoo. They just call their bribes different things and use different forms of propaganda to hide it. For example, going back earlier in this video when I mentioned all the bad things that the Chinese government was doing before getting into the gameplay part of this video. Those are all things that actually the modern CCP is doing. For instance, going a bit more in depth into the rule of the princelings. The descendants of senior Chinese Communist Party leaders regularly abuse their families' connections and positions of power in order to gain high-ranking positions in either politics or the military or largely in private businesses, especially with the state-owned enterprises. And whenever a business is being newly privatized, it's often a princeling that will be given control of it. And so that just kind of highlights how silly it is to use China as an example against United States government corruption. China is actually one of the simplest pieces of empirical evidence that we have that the solution to government corruption is definitely not more government, because you end up with the same corruption, it's just more directly tied to top political families. So the difference here is that with American-style corruption, you have mega corporations bribing the state for legislation that is favorable to them at the expense of the rest of the economy. And on the other hand, with CCP-style corruption, you have a state-owned enterprise that has been privatized, but still owned by CCP family members, while the CCP passes legislation that is favorable to them at the expense of the rest of the economy. Somehow, in Tanky's smooth brains, the former is considered the evil capitalism, while the latter is considered a communist win. It's absolutely ridiculous. These are the kinds of low IQ takes that a person has when they have absolutely no understanding or comprehension of power dynamics whatsoever. And honestly, going through a lot of commie posts about this, a lot of commie copes, is that I've noticed a lot of them just really have dichotomy.
Terminal dichotomy
I've seen this in a
brain.
few people, especially since starting my channel. People see corruption in the West, and yes, that corruption definitely exists, but then they get this kind of faulty assumption that because the West is corrupt, then that means non-Western nations and non-Western governments must not be corrupt. So for instance, they'll realize
No,
that
they
CNN
are
and
corrupt.
MSNBC
The only difference is, depending on which nation you go to, you might actually be able to buy in on the corruption. There's always going to be corruption no matter where you go. It's just a matter of what type of corruption and whether or not the buy-in is low enough that you can get in on the game.
in basically the entire United States mainstream media elite, they'll realize that they're pushing nonsense, but then they'll just go off to RT, Russia Today, and guzzle down their propaganda like it's no tomorrow. they completely fail to realize that it's
You
the
know,
same
CGTN.
crappy journo spin jobs, just for a different power structure. So, for example, a lot of these Chinese apologist subreddits like Reddit/Gen Zedong, it's not just the CCP they worship. They even assume that places like North Korea are actually utopias. It's really quite fascinating.
They're really
Actually,
not.
sincerely,
They are really
unironically
not.
believe that because the West is corrupt, then the East must not be corrupt. It's really dumb. A little bit funny, to be honest, but also kind of sad. Which, speaking of things that are funny and sad, one really funny cope, just for a break here, just a slightly less serious cope, is that some of the plebit commies will engage in that typical silliness where they try to say, oh, well, there's a difference between socialism and communism, but not really. And these people will then say, oh, well, China isn't communist, but they will be communist in the future. Like this picture right here. None of these societies were communist. They were socialists and trying to achieve communism in the future. As if it freaking matters. It doesn't.
Yeah,
it really doesn't.
No, it
This is
doesn't.
such a silly cope whenever they do this. Oh, well, it wasn't a communist failure because they didn't actually achieve communism. Imagine making this argument for any other failed idea. Oh, well, you can't say that our rocket that we designed for going into space didn't work because it's technically not a spaceship unless it actually makes it into outer space. And so because our rocket exploded, it can't be considered a spaceship, and therefore you can't call it a failed spaceship. Our design can only be considered a failure if it actually makes it into outer space. Otherwise, it's not a spaceship. No, seriously, that's how these people sound. To any socialists and communists out there,
They
any
sound like
tankies out
idiots.
there, I just want you to know this is how you sound to any rational person when you make arguments like this. Pure 100% unfiltered cope. Most of their arguments really do just kind of boil down to the fact that the CCP still calls itself a communist party, while deliberately ignoring what the party actually does to change its ship around. Which is funny because communists do tend to get really pedantic over the definition of communism. Except for, of course, the instance of China. In some ways, all you really have to do in order to refute all of these bad takes is to just point that out. I could go into all the silly and wrong things that Hinkle has stated about China, but in this case, I don't really have to because the post right below what he said does it for me. Ah yes, China, home to a massive state apparatus and the second highest number of billionaires on Earth. Truly the perfect proof that communism, a moneyless, classless, stateless society, work. Wait, and really, in some ways, that's kinda all you have to say. Communists are so obsessed with defining communism as just that, and saying that unless it was a moneyless, classless, stateless, magical utopia prancing unicorns, post-scarcity society, then you can't say that it was communism and can't say it didn't work. Unless, of course, if we're talking about whether or not the CCP's policies in the last 40 years or so were communist or not. Then all of a sudden, by some mysterious force, the commies drop that line from their argumentation. It's truly a mystery. I just can't put my finger on why they would do this.
I mean,
Also,
they're just, well, I can. They're doing all of this because it's, in their eyes, ends justify the means, and whatever it takes to win, even if it's just an argument on Twitter or on Reddit, whatever it takes to win, they will do anything to win. And they're not going to let something like principles or morals or honesty or dealing in good faith get in the way of winning.
Another thing that people don't consider is the Chinese people themselves. For example, in GDP per capita, China is still lagging behind. 13.6k in nominal GDP per capita, or about 29k if we're going by the PPP method, which does, suggest that they're catching up. But what people don't really also consider here is Chinese IQ. Now, there's arguments that Chinese IQ is inflated due to various reasons, but most likely it's not as inflated as certain people would like to believe. And so there's China sitting at number 5 in average IQ, which is interesting considering their GDP. This makes China the only country in the top 5 in general intelligence scores that has a GDP per capita below 50k. And from this data, we actually see the biggest tell that claiming China is successful communism.
I mean, they could be just cheating on examinations. That is always a possibility.
Is in fact nothing more than pure unfiltered cope. Because number 4 on that list is Hong Kong, and number 2 is Taiwan. That's very interesting, isn't it? Because the thing is, at least from a
Number 1,
demographics
Japan.
perspective, Hong Kong and Taiwan are both effectively still Chinese. The main difference, though, at least in modern history, is that people from China fled to these places after the CCP gained power. And while there's a lot more to their history, the TLDR is that these two places ended up with Chinese people running under significant significantly more capitalist policies, which means that it's actually just objective, obvious proof that the CCP is unnecessary. It's effectively proof that any Chinese people's success, whether in China or outside China, is in spite of the Chinese Communist Party, not because of anything done by the Chinese Communist Party, which sadly may explain why the CCP engages in repression of the people of Hong Kong and Taiwan so much, because the CCP probably realizes that their existence and their success is proof to the rest of China that nobody needs the CCP. Whenever the China
Oh, yeah. No, and it's the same way, even with large cities like Shanghai, there's a certain hatred of the city of Shanghai and the people there because they're, seen as different. Almost like the way New Yorkers or Angelenos in America, or people from London, are seen as out of touch from the rest of whatever country they happen to be in. New Yorkers and Angelenos out of touch with Americans in the heartland, and Londoners out of touch with people in, say, the north, for example.
Chinese Communist Party
Many
tries
such
to get in
cases.
people's way and interfere with the voluntary exchange of goods and services and interfere with the market, they have always made it worse. Every single time. And so while it is true that China has gained some success in the recent few decades or so, none of that is from the CCP. And so the history of communism in China is therefore a history of humiliation, failure, and of course, 100% pure cope. Anyways, that is all I have to say on this matter. Thanks for watching. Please like, share, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to support my content, you can do so on Ko-Fi, Subscribestar, or by buying some merch, or again by checking out today's sponsor, Private Internet Access. Thanks again for watching. Till next time.
Yeah, if recent news has been any indicator, chat, you need to get yourself a VPN. Get yourself a VPN. Anyways, there's a link to the video. Give it a like. Give it a watch. There's one from SerpentZA talking about their Chinese friend. My Chinese friend hated the USA. Let's give it a go. 3, 2, 1.
So, I got contacted out of the blue by an old friend of mine from China. It's been over 10 years since I last saw her, and since she knew I now lived in the USA, she wanted to know if she could come and visit my wife and I here on the East Coast, and if we could show her around and take her on an all-American road trip to her family living in Las Vegas.
Family
So of
living in
course I
Las
jumped at the
Vegas.
chance,
Interesting.
hired a van big enough for all of us, and we struck out on the 2,000-plus mile trip from Pennsylvania to Nevada. And my Chinese friend,
That is a long trip.
well, she hated every minute of it.
What?
Thank you for watching my video, but you know what? It's time to get a VPN. I know you think you might not need it, but guess what? Everybody needs a VPN these days.
So
yeah,
as you can
everybody
see,
does.
this is how your ISP knows exactly what it is you're browsing online. And without a VPN, well, they know everything.
So why not get a bit of peace of mind and use a VPN? Better yet, use Surfshark VPN. There's so many good reasons to have a VPN. It creates
Yeah, there's lots of
secure
good
tunnel and
choices out
prevents
there,
people
chat.
from looking over your shoulder
You
and
can
seeing what you're doing online. But not only that,
use
it helps you with things
Surfshark
like
or,
discriminatory
you know.
price gouging. If you set your server to a different country, you'll find out that you can actually get deals like flights and rent-a-cars cheaper
Could
than
also
if you were
try
to order them
NordVPN. There's a
from
link
your
over
own
on the Twitch
country.
chat.
It's weird that way. Surfshark VPN is awesome though. Check it out to get some peace of mind, give yourself that extra little bit of security, and take advantage of all the extra services like being able to watch videos that are blocked in your country online. Go to surfshark.com/SerpentZA and use the code SerpentZA at checkout to get 4 extra months off of Surfshark VPN. Hey babe, I just got us 4 months extra of Surfshark. Again, Go to surfshark.com/SerpentZA and use the code SerpentZA at checkout to get those 4 extra months. And now, back to the show. Now, the first thing she couldn't stand were the relentless blue skies. I'm not joking here.
What?
It's something that takes getting used to. When you've been living in China your entire life, and you suddenly come to a country where there aren't all these factories spewing pollution into the air. I mean, look, China does have blue skies. You do see blue skies, but it's not as perpetual as you see in the West. America's open blue skies were a shock. And it took a while for her to get used to the fact that we didn't see a single day of smog, a single day of grey skies. The entire
You might get that in some big cities, just a little bit. But, yeah, for the most part, you get out of the big cities and it is just clear blue skies, clean, fresh air.
entire trip was blue skies, except for that one time it rained.
Well, can't win them all.
The next thing that shocked her were the fact that the roads were free. I know it sounds weird, but we take it for granted. In China, every single kilometer of highway is a toll road. You have to pay when you get on the toll road. You also have to pay everywhere you park your car, whether it's at your home, at your apartment, whether it's at a shopping mall, anywhere. There is no free parking in China. You can't park for free on the side of the road in the cities.
Damn,
You
that
must
is-
pay. Everywhere you go, you have to pay. So the fact that we did the entire trip without paying a single toll
That is
blew
pure greed.
her mind.
I don't know, it's kind of hard in some states. I know driving through Kansas, for example, I-35 in Kansas has been completely turned into a toll road. And, I mean, it's not bad. It's actually fairly good that that they do that, because it allows them to, it seems like they actually put the money from tolls towards roadway maintenance. And the roads driving through Kansas, they're not shit. And they've also got setups with truck stops set up properly. Exit off on the left side of the highway. And you're there. They've got these, the really nice travel plazas set up on I-35 in Kansas. And you can get something to eat, something to drink. They've got bathrooms, clean bathrooms. Also got shower facilities available. They've got spaces for the lorries to refuel and for regular motor cars to refuel. Plenty of lorry parking as well. Actually had to pull into one of those one evening because storms were moving through Kansas and they were getting fairly bad to where it was unsafe to drive. So we just ended up pulling off into one of these truck stops and just sort of parking it for the night. And it was nice. Oh yeah, and you got the rest areas
But
too.
I must say the biggest thing that she hated about the USA were the rest stops. The fact that all these facilities were there for free for everybody to use. Clean bathrooms, stocked with toilet paper. In China, there is no toilet paper in public bathrooms. It's not there because it gets stolen, so you have to carry your own toilet paper with you. So the fact that there was free toilet paper everywhere, the fact that everything was clean, there were picnic areas,
Why would you
barbecue
hate
facilities
that?
for people to use, pet
This is
areas
lovely.
for you to let your dog relieve itself and to relax after a long trip, nature trails at some of these rest areas, and in many cases, Wi-Fi, vending machines, and places to
Oh,
work
yeah.
and charge your laptops.
I mean, the vending machines, they charge out the arse for just, a candy bar or for a bottle of soda. But I mean, it's there. It's convenient. And, it's really not bad. And yeah, free Wi-Fi at the rest stops. Who would be against something like that? This is lovely.
I mean, not to mention that you can stay overnight in your car if you're tired, and the fact that
Yeah.
it's all for free. She hated this, and I'm sure you can
What?
understand why she hated this. It's because it made her realize how far behind China is.
Skill issue, bruv. Have you tried getting good?
I mean, the toilet paper thing especially. I mean, even in the most remote rest stops in Utah, the toilets were stocked with toilet paper. It sounds bizarre, but trust me, if you go to China, you will very quickly realize that these very basic things that most people take for granted, they don't exist.
I mean, he's not wrong. I would. We had an opportunity when we were out and about. I think we were in Shanghai. Public restroom. There was a queue, and I just got bad vibes about it. Didn't like the smell, and so I just said, "Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to hold it in till we get back to the hotel." And I did, because I did not want to catch some sort of strange butt disease by relieving myself using a Chinese public toilet. I mean, it's not the best facilities there, but, you know, at least you got
Now,
something.
of course, I'm being facetious. She loved America. She loved her visit. We had a great time. Her favorite part of the trip was when we
Oh,
were
well,
going
that's
through
good.
Colorado, up in the mountains, because it's just gorgeous up there. And you know what? Along the entire way, she was expecting to see drug addicts. She was expecting to see homeless people. She was expecting to see people getting shot, because that's
She's been watching way too much CCTV. That's China Central Television.
what the Chinese news tells her. That's what Chinese media tells her. And
Yeah,
you know what?
that's-
We didn't see a single homeless person in the entire trip. We didn't see a single
that's
drug
refreshing.
addict in the entire trip. And we didn't see a single person getting shot either. Shortly after she had arrived, she was talking to my wife about how she was afraid that people were going to be racist towards her. How she'd been warned
God,
that Chinese
no.
people are picked on. They're targeted for crime. They're beaten
No,
up. All of these
also a
kind of
lie.
things. Because that's what the Chinese media tells them. Guess what? Everybody was super friendly and polite towards her. She could not
Yeah, Asians are honorary white people, so they get about the same treatment.
believe just how different the reality of America was from what she'd been told by social media and the CCP. You know, guys, every time I get out there and do a trip and travel around America, I'm once again reminded why it is that I chose America as my home. Because we all get caught up in
Yeah.
the negativity in the news. I mean,
It's sort of the same with me. Having been traveling across multiple US states for the past month or so, I can see it myself.
everybody's got some problem. There's always something about how things are falling apart, or this political party, or this leader, or this person is bad, or this group is bad, or you know what, they're corrupting our kids, or whatever. You know, it gets to you and you start to become negative. But once you get out there and you see what an amazing country America really is, kind of wipes the slate clean.
Yeah, I shared this with people in the Discord. We were all sort of having a hangout. I was on the road still, but was able to jump into a Discord call. And one of the neat perks of the new job, I had to work 4th of July. So, kind of sucks. Major American holiday. Most people get that day off. I did not. But you know what? It wasn't that bad. Traffic was really light on the roads, so that helped a lot. But also driving back was in Arkansas. And I think it was driving through Little Rock and the area north of Little Rock on, was it I-49 or something like that? Anyways, portions of the Ozark Mountains and driving through Little Rock. into the afternoon and evening, and especially as the sun started to go down, fireworks shows all along the highway. That was cool. That was really cool to see. So that was a fun little perk. Even though I had to be working, even though I was driving, still got to enjoy some of the festivities, at least from a distance. And in many ways, got to enjoy it multiple times over, driving through areas where there were lots of fireworks displays going. So yeah, definitely made up for having to work on 4th of July.
And being able to see, through the eyes of my friend, a fresh perspective, it once again reminded me that everything we see in the news and social media is hyped up and overblown. The negativity is focused on, and nobody's ever looking at the good stuff. And you know what? America is fantastic. And she's left America now with a very positive impression. I'm very glad that I got to show her around. Anyway, until next time, guys, you know the drill. As always, like the USA, stay awesome.
Yeah, for all of its faults. And there's plenty that we can complain and talk about. United States of America. It's pretty fucking awesome. Definitely give that a like. How about a travel video, though? We haven't done one of these in a while. We're overdue. This is from Travel Geek. Trying a $7 solo hotel room in Japan's only slum area, Osaka Aiden District. Let's have a look. This was a year ago on March 5th. In Tennoji, Osaka, Japan. One of the busiest areas of Osaka, located in the southern part of central Osaka. What a grand castle there. This is supposed to be the most dangerous area of Osaka, the Aiden District. Going to be staying overnight there. I don't know, chat. Japan is one of the safest countries in the world. I think we're going to be alright. I think things are going to be alright. We can handle the most dangerous area of Osaka. Not really all that worried. Also the cheapest hotel area in Japan. We'll take Osaka's only streetcar, the Hankai line from Ubino. Not many tourists know there is a streetcar line in Osaka. I certainly didn't know that. It's about a 15-minute train ride, not too bad. Transfer at the Sumiyoshi stop. That's cute, got the level crossing there. And from Sumiyoshi, another line extends to the Nishinari ward, where there's the Aiden district. Doggo! Who's a good boy? Let's go dive in Nishinari ward of Osaka. Nishinari is one of the 24 wards of Osaka City. It's got about 100,000 residents there. About the size of a small American town. There's some graffiti in the area. That's been popping up in a lot of the big cities. Especially in Tokyo. Definitely gives a sketch vibe to things. You don't like to see that. But you are definitely seeing another side of Japan. Getting off at the Shin Imamiya stop. Station gives off some weird vibes. You're wondering if this is still Japan and not, you know, Britain or someplace in Europe or somewhere in America. Anyways, short walk here, finding a cheap hotel to stay in. And you'd be surprised how affordable this entire area is concerning hotels. There's the Hotel Apollo. Honestly, it looks like a set of old flats. From 850 yen per night, that's about $5.95 in USD. That's cheaper than the original prices from Motel 6. And here's one, Hotel New Kameya. It looks like they start at about 850 yen per night, going up to 4,250 yen, or maybe about $35, $40 a night. I'm not sure what that reads below, but I would guess they're probably saying something about either Wi-Fi being available or free Wi-Fi. Trouble is, most hotels are already fully booked. They're all full up here. But we shan't give up. 800 yen per night. You could either go on a shopping spree at a 100 yen shop, or get yourself a nice hotel, or you could probably do both. I mean, at these prices. But no vacancies, no rooms to let here. Check-in time for most hotels here are at about 10 a.m, so you got to get there early. If you arrive late, you're going to have trouble finding a room. Sort of like what our cameraman, difficulty they're having. Parking lot. The car park over there is 100 yen per hour. Or less than $1 US. Luckily, we were able to find a room. And through the magic of the internet, we're there. The Business Hotel Wako. Up to the 6th floor. It looks like a prison. Or maybe just ancient flats. Room 627, that's where we'll be staying. Door looks mouldy and old. Front desk gives you a key and a remote to control the aircon. Cost was only 1,000 yen, or about $7 US for the night. I mean, for those prices, you really can't complain. Amazingly cheap. And that's what you get. It's not terrible. It's not the greatest, but it's not terrible. It is like a tiny little Japanese single apartment. In another life, it probably was. They give you the absolute bare minimum for this hotel stay. They also offer monthly stays for about 30,000 yen, or about $210 US. That is bloody cheap. It's really no frills, but if you are on a tight budget, there's an option for you. In Osaka. You can open up a window. Decent view. Fresh air. You get a telly. And a rubbish bin. And a mini fridge. And that's about it. No minibar, though. Sad. I mean, mate, come on. Did you really expect you would find a minibar here? That's, at these prices, that's not fucking happening. Right, Universal 1001 AC remote. And batteries are dead. They could have at least given you fresh batteries. Right, back to the front desk. Got a load table. There's a remote for the telly. And headphones. Because the walls are going to be paper thin. And yeah, you watch television, your neighbours 5 doors down will be able to hear it. You get a mattress, a blanket, and a hard pillow. So a couple of layers to work with here on the tatami mat. There's no smell, according to our cameraman. That's good. Everything smells fresh. Got a couple of stains in the room. This place is definitely showing its age. At this price, can't really complain. 4 cheap plastic hangers to hang up your things. The view's not bad. You can see the tallest building in Osaka, Abeno Haruka's, right in front of you. Such brutalist architecture. 300 meters high. That's about 3 Heisei Godzillas. No outside shoes are allowed. You have to walk around with those hotel-provided slippers. You got a restroom here. That sink looks like it's being held together by a hope and a prayer. You've got the urinals over there, probably toilets around the corner. Smells a bit weird, according to our cameraman. Oh dear. And that is a traditional Japanese squat toilet. Most Japanese people dislike them. Gaijin hate them. Oh, thank God, there is a Western toilet, and it's got a Toto washlet. Thank you, God, for saving our lives. Anything less is savagery. There are laundry machines. It looks like one is out of order, and that's the dryer. Looks like the washer is still functioning. There's a sink. What else do we have here? You can just barely do some cooking here if you wanted to. I guess it's supposed to be an electric cooktop. And it's on a timer. And you insert 10 yen coins to give yourself some time to cook. Cost 1 gajillion yen. There's also a microwave. Cut! Hotel appearance, it doesn't exactly lend itself to being a 1,000 yen per night hotel, but It is the safest hotel in the area because, well, there's the police station across the street. And as far as we know, it is the police station with the strictest security in Japan. So if there's ever any trouble, the Roses are just right there. Oh, and there's the fire department. With iron gates and iron grates on the windows. Very not like Japan. Anyways, let's go for a walk. That sound is very unnerving. But we see here people in the Island District are addicted to vending machines. There's 1 cup sake available. That is awful sake. Chat, don't ever buy 1 cup sake. Let's see, we've got beer and liquor vending machines. Of course there's 1 cup sake. Don't get that, chat. Strong Zero, be careful with that. Looks like there's Suntory the Lager. Suntory Rich Malt. No sign of the premium malts. More Strong Zero. Asahi Beer. Asahi Clear. More 1 cup sake. It's basically an unmanned bar. Oh, and there's 1.5 cup sake. And then 1 cup sake mini. So it's like 0.5 cup sake. They'll even sell Asahi beer by the bottle. God! There must be thousands of vending machines in the district. Walking alone during the daytime doesn't feel very dangerous. I would imagine walking alone at night would not be very dangerous either. But definitely a different atmosphere from other areas of Osaka. Got coin lockers over here. Snack vending machines. It's like various fish and bar food. Some sort of crisps. And some everyday items. Q-tips, scissors, sewing kits, shavers. Let's see. Want a drink available from 50 yen. Oh yeah, there it is. That's about 35 cents. That is super cheap. And 60 yen for a quality coffee. 100 yen, you get, I think that's a... Yeah, it's like a hot cocoa or something. That is brilliant. You cannot get those sorts of prices in Tokyo. Right, going to go see the Statue of Liberty. And there it is. No, kidding. There it is. There's the Statue of Liberty in Osaka. If you want to see an actual sculpture of the Statue of Liberty on public display, you have to go to Odaiba in Tokyo. Small-scale replica there. Doggo! Who's a good boy? Cheapest hotel in the area is here, the Ryokan Kaname, from 500 yen per night, or about $3.50 US. Since we're in Osaka, it's time for takoyaki. 10 pieces, only 200 yen, or about $1.40 US. And while we wait for the takoyaki, looks like the weather's turning to shit. But they did it. That's 200 yen worth of takoyaki. It's cheap and it's tasty. Definitely what you want when you're hungry. You want something that's good, you want something that's fast, you want something that's cheap. Fast forward the clock to 7 PM, and we're at Horomon Marufuku. This is where you find the soul food of the area. That is Horomon. Means discarded things in Japanese. It's basically beef or pork offal. It's cheap, easy to prepare, usually drink lots of beer with it. But, I mean, it ensures that no part of the animal is wasted. I mean, I'd try it once. Anyways, let's move over to Shinsekai. It's a nearby area. Three-minute train ride. Kaonashi or No Face may be on the train with you. I don't see anything. There's nobody there. Welcome to Shinsekai, which translates into English as New World. It is like a dream world. But it does really exist. I believe it's also been replicated in several of the Yakuza games. The area was modelled after Paris in New York, but definitely with a Japanese flavour. Combination of the Paris Eiffel Tower and New York Times Square. Let's climb up Su Tenkaku, landmark tower. Biriken-san welcomes you on board the lift. Biriken-san is the star child in 2001: A Space Odyssey. Beautiful night city lights spread out before us. The observatory stands not so high, but the views are, well, they're amazing. And it's party time. Hopefully I don't get a copyright strike for that. Shinsekai guarded by Biriken-san, the star child from earlier. With the old shooting gallery games there. Got a retro arcade. Looks like got some Tetris going on there. Time for a night snack. There's some stress relief. Meal of sushi there. And some asari clam miso soup. Honestly, that sounds excellent right now. Tuna, salmon, shrimp sushi. With a highball, it was less than 1,000 yen, or about $7 US in total. That is an absolute bargain. Cat! Cat! 2 cats! Got all the cats and dogs running about. And it's time for the bath. Going to visit a public bath outside the hotel called Suemoryu. Japanese traditional sento place. It's a public onsen. You buy tickets via this vending machine here. If it'll take a fucking bill. One adult ticket costs 550 yen, or about $3.85, and they give you a towel. That has to be the cheapest onsen visit I've ever seen. Plenty of ice cream and milk afterwards. Japanese have a custom of drinking coffee with milk after taking a bath. Very refreshing. Right, let's get back to the hotel. Not feeling any danger so far at night, except for screaming drunkards. If you want to be a man, don't work at a host club or do underworld jobs, and don't sell drugs at bars. Good advice. This is a hotel lobby, by the way. Feels more like someone's living room. There's a free PC for use. There's a payphone. You can even dry your hair in the lobby. Bit of a weird place to be doing that, but alright. Oh, and they also have a cigarette vending machine. Don't smoke, chat. It's bad for you. They do have baths at the hotel. Shower rooms open 24 hours. Vending machines in the hotel are a bit more expensive. I mean, as you do. Let's have a look at about, let's see, 150 yen for a vitamin C drink. Looks like a lemon drink is 130 yen. Monster Energy, 230 yen. Bacardi Sweat is 180 yen. Bottle of green tea, 160 yen. Boss Black Coffee, 120. 140 for Rainbow Boss. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's getting on there with almost at Tokyo prices, but I mean, it's not terrible. There's a Lawson convenience store, but it appears the drunkards have gathered round there. They're not blocking the entrance there, you can get by them. But we're just going to relax and sleep. But luckily we were able to turn on the aircon. Good night. And good morning. Rather peaceful morning it is. We've already checked out of the hotel. Business Hotel Wako. Good enough for an overnight sleep. If you're eager to go as cheap as possible, hotels in the Island District, not bad. Let's grab some breakfast and leave town. Otora Shokudo. Offering traditional breakfast meals at affordable prices. pork miso soup set meal is about 600 yen, or about $4.20. You get rice, pickles, macaroni salad, dashimaki tamago, and pork miso soup. Not a bad combination. Dashimaki tamago is a Japanese rolled omelette with dashi. Looks tasty. You eat it with soy sauce. Never had soy sauce with eggs before. Macaroni salad was the best of the best. Every dish was a perfect match with rice. This is Japanese breakfast. Another unmanned vending machine bar. Got colas and coffees. Green tea. But our cameraman settled for quality coffee. 50 yen, or about 35 cents. Every morning starts with a can of coffee. A Nescafe. Yeah, this place looks disgusting. If you need snacks, you visit a snack bar nearby, run by a singular old man. You just choose what you want and you hand coins to the man. Oh, they got Meiji chocolate bars. We've got Kappa Ebisen for 170 yen, about $1.90 US. Not so cheap though. Kasuga Entertainment Place. Video games from 50 yen, or about 35 cents. Oh, this is old school. I think Mrs. Eats came to this place one time. Thousands of retro games. Oh, they got the original Mario Brothers. This arcade has been here since 1959. Time is just sort of frozen in this place. You just sort of forget about time itself and enjoy the games.
About to explode. Fight!
That is so cool. Yeah, I would definitely spend a lot of time in a place like this. Looks like that's it for this one. Definitely going to give that a like. Boxes of papers, 1, 2, 3. Paper! See you next time. There's the link in the chart. Right. Let's get to games. Here's one that was gifted to me by Jixie called Shadows of Doubt. Sort of mystery detective type game. So let's update our Twitch category. Shadows of Doubt. And let's do a game capture here. Fit to screen. I think I may have ended up turning off the music just because some of it was copyright protected or something. I don't know. And got a problem. Looks like the game is not responding. Let's try this one more time. Okay, that brought up the... Oh, there is music to it, okay. Alright, new game. Let's see, Dead of Night, a specially crafted case to introduce the game. Let's go with that. Play in a pre-made or previously generated city. Let's go with the Casablanca Quarter, since it's there. My character's name, Lord Rexworth. Gender male. Start off with something easy, just to get our feet wet. You can explore it anywhere in the city with enough determination. Every building, apartment, and room. Huh. City directory can always be found at a telephone. These contain an address for every citizen and business in the city. You can climb into air vents while jumping. 4 unique identifiers for each citizen: name, appearance, voice, and fingerprint. Building a profile involves trying... Yes, we want to enable the tutorial. It's the late 20th century. Hyper-industrialization has swept the planet. The old Bourbon Empire has crumbled, giving way to the United Atlantic States and the first elected megacorporation president in history, Starch Cola. As sea levels rise, cities have become polluted islands. Workers dream of escaping to the fields, an exclusive retirement district few will ever see. Rival corporations vie for power enforced by privatized Starch Cola enforcers. Some say justice now only exists in the shadows. This is Shadows of Doubt. Dead of night. 0:18 a.m. Tuesday, January 3rd, your apartment. Is this compatible with the controller? No. Turn on the bedside light. Right. There's this Eustace lying here. Crouch using C. Jump using space. Very pixelated, Minecraft-like. Yeah? Hello? Who's this? Standard CZ small battery often used for powering handheld devices. Could be useful. Screwdriver, that could also be useful. Housing district for exemplary employees, clean air, sunshine, with every place and external space, zoned living areas for each family. Some opportunity for individual expression.
You don't say. Well, yes, of course. And mustard thickness account for it? That's what I thought. Thank
note under the front door. Fax connections are displayed as string. Find Laurel Hardiman. Laurel Hardiman. Never heard of her. It's a job, it's a lousy way to do business. Let's see, Hardman. There we are. 902 Etheridge Heights. Apartment. Okay. Interesting. Whoever it is, better go prepared. Western District Special Police Service Commendation. Awarded to Lord Rexworth for outstanding investigative duties. Fine, clear and straight, dedication to duty. What's this? Some money. Key to my old police stuff was lost in the last move. I could pick the lock. Gotta be something I can use around here. A hairpin or a paper clip. Personal communication devices. Where's that paperclip? Keep on lookout for paper clips and hairpins. These can be used for picking locks. You can also use lockpicks to sabotage security systems. Okay. Tenant agreement. Final notice open immediately. That is 10 foods. Okay. Dish detergent, salt. Gloomy apartment, isn't it? Synthesized beef. Synthesized pork. Synthesized chicken. Coming to answer the door. Nothing to do with you. See nothing at all. God, they're not letting you in. How are you doing? They're all right. Let's see. Yeah, goodbye. The case board with F, select the pinned 902 Etheridge Heights. Let's navigate to that. Unlock the door. Let's lock it. Go to 902 Etheridge Heights. Such an interesting world. Different kinds of status may affect your character. It's a lot of walking. 902. To know if a door is locked or not, you'll have to first try and open it. Locked doors are unlocked by focusing on the door handle. It's locked. Let's try knocking. When breaking into a room, it's a good idea to check for cameras. If you're worried about them, you can turn them off by using the security breaker box connected to the camera. You can trace the red wires from security systems to find these boxes. They will themselves require lockpicking. In residential properties, it's worth checking under the doormat for the key. Most rooms will feature some sort of ventilation system. When struggling to find a safe entrance, this could be a great way in. If in a rush, run out of other options, you can also break down the door. This might take several attempts and is very noisy. Gain a trespassing status. If it appears anonymous, citizens with authority will ask you to leave immediately. If it's red, they'll attack. So, just as you may want to be careful about entering, it's often a good idea to identify means to help you make a safe escape. Keep an eye out for air ducts so you can escape to in a hurry, or hiding places under beds. That easy.
companion, Gemstetter, made with real hops.
Commemorative Basbull.
Old-fashioned refreshment.
Dear Miss L. Hardiman, thank you for recently contacting us to request a life insurance policy. Unfortunately, our checks indicate you do not meet the required social or economic requirements to be approved for one of our policies. Why not check out a range of alternatives for ex-offenders and those less fortunate, such as our salary requisition scheme?
Glad to be with you this evening as the Candor City Bloodhounds take on the Starch Cola Sugarbirds. What a matchup! Playing in today's match we have, for the Bloodhounds, Bad Bill Nussel.
Commonly known as Victor Butrol, known as Vic, widely prescribed antidepressant.
Back from a one-game sit.
Vision aids worn on the face by short or long-sighted citizens.
Suspension after getting caught. Red-handed with a cigarette. Tish.
Tawny Corporation, Laurel Hardiman, Office Manager. Office Singh Terrace. Your information. Remember your passcode this time. Count backwards from 6. Shred this ASAP.
For the Sugarbirds, Remy.
Little used device containing magnetic tape to store moving images with sound, incompatible with most crunchers.
Caution. Sharky Tennis. We're getting started here. The lobber takes position. It's a curveball, swooping straight out to 8 meters 43. Oh, that one's taking a bad ball. Let's see if the opposing team can exploit the situation. It's right up against the piglet's cheek. Now that's what I call a scratching. Cooler than a cola and twice as nice. Next ruler in first position and facing off. Pumps once, pumps twice. Fastball right down through the field to kiss the jack. Cooler than a cola and twice as nice. That's a fastball snapping straight to the center of the piece. There it goes. Risking two balls just inches from the jack. Rivals coming out to point now. There it goes. Risking two balls just inches from the jack. Next roller at first position.
This is an interesting game, chat.
And it flies all the way past the action. They're shouting for it to slow down. No good. It's out of here. No score. Excitement across the dome as Apple Kruger enters the stands. Here to watch her old pa's favorite game. Yes, sir. Uncle Eden sure did love his baseball.
Wow, tampons in a video game. Never thought I'd see that.
Next lobber warming up, getting ready to shoot. A high-handed demi-lob to bring the
Code
jack
breaker.
down 8.5 meters from the plate. That's right, mon ami. For a successful endeavor, reach for a steader. Pumps once, pumps twice. Fastball right down through the field to kiss the jack. What a play! What a game! 7.3. Less than you'd expect from this long-armed fielder. It
My
looks like
God.
that's the way they want to play it. The big ruler is going to take this shot. It's a booming strike on the left ball, knocking it way out to pasture. Up to the line, quick lob.
Unknown citizen.
Right-hander for a strike.
A square paper napkin has been used and crumpled into a ball.
And it flies all the way past the action. They're shouting for it to slow down. No.
A bullet wound from low caliber ammunition, 8mm or 9x32.
Good. It's out of.
From examining the body, it appears the victim has been violently shot to death with a pistol or a revolver. Can determine the time of death between 23:30 and 0:45. Tuesday, January 3rd, 1979.
Here. No, ma'am, there's nothing better than a steader. The opposition looking cool and fresh.
Butter sweetened chocolate produced by Soft Drink Baker Corporation Starch Cola.
A high-handed demi-lob to bring the jack down 8.5 meters from the plate. Here it rolls as the second pointer races to reach the circle. That's right. Whether it's starch or steader, there's nothing better.
A felt-covered ball used in the sport of tennis.
And look at that backspin. Just what we've come to expect from the veteran. How will the opposition respond? And the next player is up to the plate. That's a fastball, snapping straight to the center of the piece.
Law Hardiman's wallet. Organ donor card. Law Hardiman. Born December 28th, 1942. Blood type O. Credit card. Crumpled paper. Keep for tax records. Secret actor Tavern and Grill. Gemsteader times 5. Not paid. Added to tab. Let's see a note here. Tonight, you need a piece. Go to Scarlet Crafts and Hardware, knock, then give the password Rampage. Plot the routes here. Okay. Don't forget who owns you. Watch your back, rat. Slaughter, all right. Tony Corporation. fingerprint scanner. Point where you want to scan. Almost all surfaces can contain fingerprints. Okay, interesting. Suspect fingerprints belongs to Lotto Hardeman. Okay. Calendar Book of World History. Let's see. Treatment of chronic pain. Victor-butyl for treatment depression. Beta blockers. High blood pressure. Insulin injector for treatment of diabetes. She was not a well woman. No wonder she was denied for life insurance. Employment agreement, private and confidential, between Lord Hardman and Tawny Corporation. 169,700 credits per annum. Employer's right to serve them with notice 647D consisted of immediate dismissal, enhanced interrogation procedures, private custodial detention of an unspecified duration, pecuniary sanctions including seizure of any and all private property and holdings of next of kin, any other measures deemed suitable by the Disclosure and Disciplinary Committee. Opticians. Prescription for that. Tenancy agreement. Coded Cardinal. Belongs to Lord Hardiman. Okay. Sentry gun? Sometimes it's useful to search the trash. Receipt keep for tax records. Raven Restaurant, hamburger, fries, fried chicken. Receipt is from Raven Restaurant earlier this evening. Until Derek ran down the corridor, the skin of his throat raw with the dead, rotting hands of the Rat Corps King had tried to squeeze the life from him. Type B belongs to... We don't know. This prince belonged to Laurel. Nobody else lives here. Type B. Check for recent calls. Dial 541 40s. Last colour was 1433683. Looks like someone else's flat. That's not a good idea.
Thanks, Gregory, darling. What? Thursday? Right. Oh. Taxi!
Quand nous parlons, les gens écoutent.
Trying to escape, but... It's getting too cold in there. That adds a layer of realism to it. Stand close to the radio, maybe that'll warm us up. Pick up Pepper sauce, synth chicken, synth milk, everything's synthesized. Get out of here.
Can't you feel it when you walk? Can't you smell the stench?
Here we are. Let's just go straight down. Oh, this isn't going so well. Well, shit. Collect a murder case resolution form from City Hall. Resolution forms. Caseboard screen. Um, this is interesting. I don't know, for right now, let's just save and come back to all this later. Alright. Chat, going to switch it up. And we are going to play some Wuthering Waves. Game going here. Controller. Oh, and yes, Chad, I have the crown because it was a gift for my birthday. Been doing some grinding on this while offline.
Has the perfume, compact, and jewelry set arrived?
Yes, they have. Would you like them now, or shall we deliver them to your residence before tonight?
Who is this lovely
Tonight?
thing?
No, I'll take them now.
She's exquisite.
Of course. I'll have someone fetch them immediately. It won't take long. Welcome to Masked Reverie. From masks to elegant garments and splendid stage props, we
I'm loving the
crafted
French
all
accent.
to order. How may I help you today, my dear?
Excuse me, who's there?
Oh, so eager to skip the pleasantries, are we? I'm right here. Do I seem invisible, or are you simply ignoring me? I am right behind you.
Hey.
Madame Nyarla, I saw you. Your mask gave you away.
Oh, don't spoil my secret so soon. It's not every day I get such a charming visitor.
Nyarla.
Besides, only by hiding oneself can the true beauty of a mask be revealed. Don't you think?
Okay, chat. Hear me out. Hear me out. Someone who's invisible. I think that would provide a unique challenge.
But scaring the guests is just your twisted sense of humor, isn't it? I hope this didn't bother you. Invisibility is Madame Nyarla's forte. Madame Nyarla, this is the distinguished guest invited by the Montelis. He is very interested in Carnival masks.
Yes, in fact, I'd like one custom made. Elaborate on the mask design.
That's quite a detailed description, even covering the smallest intricacies. I admit I'm surprised. Not long ago, we customized a mask just like the one you've described.
Really? For who?
If the Carnival is a dream shared by all Ragunesi, then a well-crafted mask is the key to it. When faces are hidden, souls break free from the shackles of everyday life. That's why we love balls and plays, eagerly awaiting the Carnival. Masks liberate our spirits. We believe they reveal what lies within. It is our honor to help our customers express their innermost selves. So, are you certain you want to custom order this particular mask?
She's suspicious. Will I be forced to reveal my hand?
That's a very fine mask.
Not as fine as you, darling.
If I remember correctly, the one Mr. Gilberto picked up last week looked very similar. If it's your first mask, a unique design might be more fitting.
You have an impressive memory.
I'll be on my way now.
That was a
We
look.
spotted a fellow on the street with a mask that caught our eye. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Gilberto from the Visalia family.
The Visalia family?
Yes, they're one of the oldest families in Renacita. Their ancestors once ignited a war here, but they were defeated and driven out of Raguna.
And now they're back.
The Visalias are a mixed lot. While some hold honor, others bring disgrace to the name.
They show new ambitions. Lately, they've taken to more prominent roles in the city, flaunting their mining ventures and acting with increasing arrogance. Speaking of which, I revised Monsieur Gilberto's mask 23 times.
23? At some point, that's just flexing.
I see why it's left a deep impression.
Yeah, it's quite hard to please.
Given your standing with the Montelis, I'd advise against this design.
And why is that?
A rumor has it the Montellis plan to push for reserved echoes at the Carnival. It stirred tension with the Visalia family. Best avoid any association. That incident with the Montellis' echoes going berserk. Unfortunate timing. Who knows how this will affect their promotion?
I see.
So, the trail leads to the Visalia family.
It would seem that way. We need to look into them.
The Visalia's residences are near the Cathedral of Mercury. We could stop by the Order for more information. Thank you for the lead, Madame Nyarla. Oh, and we will reconsider the mask's design. Thank you for your time.
Oh, you're too polite, Mademoiselle Zani. You're my special guest, after all. Isn't it interesting how a small mask can both hide and reveal? I can't wait to see the face you choose to show. I look forward to your next visit. This splendid reverie is always open for you.
Completely and totally invisible, and yet would smash. Anyway.
Wind, guide me.
I'll talk to the gondolier.
Now, we need to get to the Cathedral of Mercury.
Got it. Please, come aboard.
Legends say the Sentinel quelled the storm and stilled the waves, sparing countless lives at sea.
Did it now?
To show their gratitude, people place candles around the statue, keeping them lit both day and night. Every boat that passes pays their respects. It may seem fanciful, but it's best to show respect as we pass by.
Always best to do what's best. A unicorn statue.
So, is this the statue of the Sentinel? Why does it feel weird?
It's quite the cathedral they've got for themselves.
We are now in the Visalia Residency's territory. We should... Wait, look over there. He looks like the man we saw in Mr. Fulmin's memory. Isn't that Gilberto? Let's follow him.
Gilberto, how are things progressing?
Your trust means a lot, Priest Alessio. The flower has been quite effective.
A word of caution. Don't overstep. We can't afford unwanted scrutiny.
I know what I'm doing.
Our sanctuary isn't infinite. Some murmurs are getting harder to quiet.
Could have gone for a full set of frames there for your glasses, mate. Val, poverty hits hard, doesn't it?
I understand. That's why we seek unity and integration. Our beliefs are already one. This is also the destiny they intend.
Who is they? Oh, that was cool.
Ah, more seekers. What brings you to these halls?
We're here to visit Sir Gilberto.
Sir Gilberto. Oh, Gilberto from the Physalia family.
Yes, that one.
A pious soul. Frequently here in prayer. But not today, it seems.
Oh.
I've heard whispers of you. An acolyte mentioned your desire to meet the Sentinel. I assume you must be interested in following their path.
You could say that.
But I don't think you truly understand the significance of the Carnival. Allow me to explain.
This is going to take long.
You've probably heard about the connection between the Carnival and the Sentinel. But do you know why the Carnival hasn't been held for years?
Because of the accident a decade ago. Yes, I've heard about it.
In the last Carnival, a sea fog shrouded the entire city. Echoes paraded like lost souls. A dragon roared above. And a beast in the sea stirred up towering waves. It was sent as punishment. A warning against our indulgence and division.
I suppose that's one interpretation.
This is our Primus, Fenrico, the Enlightened One.
It's a ghost. Some sort of echo.
Amidst that chaos, he stepped forward and quelled the Sentinel's wrath. Raguna's greatness was forged from its battles with the sea. It inspired a common goal in all our hearts. Without everyone working together, land cannot be cultivated, islands cannot unite, and dams cannot be built. A nation's strength lies in its unity.
Oh, you're not wrong there.
You see? This is why we preach restraint and control over our desires. Only through rituals can we strengthen our resolve, our unity.
Only through rituals? I don't think there's more than one way to skin a cat with that.
This is why we must banish those who stray from the right path, and impose restrictions on those who threaten the common good. We've dedicated ourselves to this cause.
So it seems you disapprove of holding the Carnival.
You misunderstand me. I simply mean that the Order's actions are always made with great deliberation. Guided by the Sentinel, we strive to unite and lead the people. We hope to build a kingdom on high, a land of the blessed, as it was in the beginning and ever shall be. I trust you'll have faith in the Order's judgment. We handle all matters that come to our attention.
all matters?
What did you say? How could the Montelli family? Forgive me. I must attend to pressing matters. If you have further questions, seek answers in the cathedral. We are always open to those in search of truth. But I remind you to keep your distance from the sacred relics and honor our customs. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to address any act of disrespect.
Uh-huh.
Huh. What's got him so rattled that he'd leave us like that? He's hiding something. We saw Gilberto enter the cathedral with our own eyes. He couldn't have vanished into thin air.
It's got to be around here somewhere.
Could there be a hidden chamber or secret passage within the cathedral?
Probably.
Now that you mention it, something's not sitting right.
Before you stands a man clad in pure white, or rather a hologram of him, and his grand throne. Though merely a projection, there's an undeniable gravity and majesty to his presence. This must be Fenrico, Primus of the Order of the Deep, just as Priest Alessio described. From what you've gathered and experienced, it seems clear he is the resonator of the Sentinel, Imperator. You take a moment to study his figure. A golden mask conceals half of his face, while the other half reveals a deep furrow in his brow. His gaze lowered, carrying an unreadable expression. What lies behind it? Compassion? Or perhaps something deeper, such as an unspeakable grief? Why would he leave this projection in the cathedral? To offer silent reassurance, perhaps? As you mull over these questions, a sudden chill creeps over you. For a fleeting moment, you feel as if his gaze is shifted, directed straight at you. But when you look again, his face unchanged. Was it an illusion? You can't be sure, but for now you'd best focus on tracking down the child Gilberto used to make his escape.
I didn't expect the Order to have such a grand garden hidden here. But where could Gilberto have gone? Let's split up and see what we can find.
Did he head that way? At the end of the garden. Is that a confessional?
Forgive me, Father, for I have
Looks like
sinned.
they're slowly finding their way.
Let's put it mildly, 007.
No need to rush. I too am curious to see what truths await them.
So am I, darling.
The grand
So am I.
revelry draws closer and closer.
Right, quest complete.
Step forward. What burdens weigh upon your soul?
Ask me if I have transgressed.
What do you wish to confess?
I sleep too much, eat too much, and squander my days in idleness.
May the Sentinel grant your absolution. Go in peace, and transgress no more. Now, I shall open the path to your ascension.
What is that? I wonder if it's that who they're singing. What a beautiful land. Right, Act 2 beginning now. Oh, good. Glad we've got all that activated. Zanny.
You're saying the Visalia family was involved in the incident at the Carnival rehearsal? Do you have solid evidence?
Not yet, Mr. Alberto. But the clues we found all lead to a Visalia family member, Gilberto. We will investigate further.
The Visalia family. It seems they've run out of patience. This mess has got our honored guest into trouble and given these rats a chance to make their move. Please, pass on my thanks to our guest for the help. If you find yourself short of hands or funds, do let me know. I'll be discussing this matter with Director Pacino.
First name Al? I've seen his movies before.
I will, sir. There's also...
Oh, funny. He's a funny guy.
It appears a priest of the Cathedral of Mercury is involved. So it's highly possible that the Order is aware of this.
The Order. Let me handle them. You just focus on Gilberto for now. Whatever the case, the Carnival must be secured. This goes beyond the Montelli family. It's also about the faith and hope of countless Ragonesi.
Understood. It's from Mr. Alberto. He's the head of Averardo Bank, my superior. But this doesn't sound like him. He's usually cautious and rarely makes outright promises. Unless one of the big shots in the family is twisting his arm.
Perhaps that's what's
If the
happening.
top brass are alarmed, it can only mean that the situation may be...
Worse than we thought.
Maybe I'm overthinking this. Either way, we've finally got a lead. We should search the area. See where Gilberto went.
Got some new flora and fauna around here. Mistis olives. Some mushrooms.
Strange. Did Gilberto just vanish into thin air? I see. A wingray. That explains it.
Hey?
Wingray?
Yes. It's a type of echo that can fly. People in Raguna often use them to travel quickly between locations. If Gilberto set up this wingray as an escape route, it should lead us straight to him. Let's use the grapple to hitch a ride on the wingray.
Oh, alright then. Oh, hey. Loving this.
Remnants of the past. Soaring on the wings of eagles.
Quite the view, isn't it? Welcome to Whisperwind Haven, known for its iconic windmills and flower fields. Legend has it, this was once the home of the Blessed Maiden. Some people are over there. Let's check if they know anything.
Look! Foul monsters, taste my steel! The Blessed Maiden smote the fiends who dared ascend the hallowed stairs. Yet the dark tide surged on as more monsters poured forth from the mist.
Very well spoken for young people.
In this fateful moment, the Blessed Maiden beheld her destiny's end. Moved by the divinity, she chose to yield her life for the Sentinel's cause and Rinasita's people.
Oh, Imperator, guide me.
Oh, wait. Your tone sounds a bit off. The Blessed Maiden should be more determined.
Determined? How about this then? In Imperator's name, vile monsters, I swear your behind shall be met with the end of my boots!
I meant determined, not angry. You've got it all wrong.
Still, that was rather good.
Ah, we meet again, valiant champion of the foreign land.
Cristoforo.
Our paths intertwine once more. A result of Imperator's divine intervention. Don't you agree? Pardon me, but this lady by your side seems rather familiar.
I am Zani. I work at Averardo Bank.
Ah, yes. You look quite chivalrous, if I may say so.
That's one way
Yet,
of putting it.
with your weary face, I'm afraid I can only dub you the Sorrowful Knight.
That's quite fitting. Do I thank you for that?
Ah, no need for the formalities. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Cristoforo, a humble playwright grappling with modern trends. Delighted to meet you.
Now, what are you doing here, Chris?
Actually, I've been working on a script about the Blessed Maiden lately. The well-known martyred maiden, Fleur-de-Lis. Her brave sacrifice during the Dark Tide saved Raguna many years ago. That sacred maiden perished just as the curtain fell, lying in the center of the sanctuary where spotlights converged. I've longed to capture that tragic scene in a play.
Have you now?
The script's nearly finished, but something's amiss. With Fleur-de-Lis's home right here before me, I had hoped to find traces of the Blessed Maiden's early life. Childhood plays a key role in shaping one's personality, you know.
And did you find any?
Sadly, no. I confess, I've made zero progress. Most legends of the Blessed Maiden are lost to time. I'm forced to rely on imagination.
So be it then.
Nevertheless, the script is finished. I've even asked the children over there to help me rehearse it. Here, have a copy. I'm eager for your thoughts.
Very generous of you.
Ah, apologies. I started rambling about my play again. Well then, what brings you here?
We're looking for someone. Did you come across anyone from the Physalia family?
The Physalias. Come to think of it, I had noticed a nobly dressed gentleman around here recently. Yes, he bore their crest. In fact, I even stared a bit. Old habits die hard. The Physalias rarely venture beyond city walls, you see.
So Gilberto did pass through here. Thank you for the information.
Speaking of that man, word from the local villagers is that odd occurrences have plagued the area since his arrival.
Oh?
Odd occurrences?
You've likely noticed the abundance of echoes here in Whisperwind Haven. One might say it's more their village than ours. But since that nobleman's arrival, echoes in the area have been vanishing without a trace, like time lost forever. Books forgotten by people. And cherished memories faded away in time's current. Oh, pardon me. My playwright's pen is running away again.
Oh, that was
Echoes
lovely.
disappearing. Sounds familiar.
We should look into it.
Echoes started acting strangely when Gilberto showed up, just like what happened in the Carnival rehearsal. This is no coincidence. Mr. Cristoforo, do you know where those echoes were last seen before they disappeared?
I'm in the dark as well. However, they might know a thing or two. These echoes are keen to find their friends too. They're not fighters, but they can surely be your guide. Why not take them along?
Open the window. Pulsing purple glow.
Everything seems normal here. Let's keep moving.
Oddly quiet.
There's something on top of that ruin. Are those corroded frequencies? Need to find a way up there.
Funny little faces on those.
There are Phasalia markings on these crates.
Face the nightmare clouds and use utility to transform into a Lottie Lost. Hold the button to absorb the nightmare clouds with the picture book.
What's inside? Something's been wrapped in these strange frequencies. I should clear them out first.
Easy enough.
These are petals?
Same sort of flower that we saw before.
I think I saw them before.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with these echoes. Looks like someone's pulling their strings, just like the rehearsal. Need to find a way to stop them first.
Ah, you have returned. How did it go? Any discoveries to share?
You tell Cristoforo and Zani what you found out.
Intriguing. Frequency corrosion, you say? So these missing echoes appeared out of nowhere and turned hostile. This is unheard of. Echoes are the Sentinel's gift to Rinascita. They're not supposed to turn on each other, much less humans.
Actually, there was a similar incident with hostile echoes in Raguna City recently. It was more serious, and the echoes involved almost hurt us. That's why we're investigating.
I presume the Phasalia you seek is entangled in this affair?
Well, we're not sure yet.
I see. Very well. Allow me to offer you my thanks. The frequency corrosion driving the echoes mad has been resolved, but we must still caution villagers and their echoes. They should exercise vigilance and avoid perilous areas.
Cristoforo leaves in a hurry.
Looks like we're dealing with a repeat of the rehearsal incident here. But if Gilberto was behind this, how did he pull it off?
The pedals might have the answers.
Petals? They give off a strange feeling.
Any ideas what it might be, Abby?
Alright, let's give it a try. Tastes kinda weird. It's not an echo. Or a tacit discord. The frequency's coming from a resonator. A super strong one.
Strange. Gilberto's a resonator, but he doesn't seem particularly strong.
He may not be working alone.
Yes. Be it the mastermind or another pawn, it's got the Visalia family written all over it. They staged the accident, endangering civilians, and then used it to frame the Montellis. What a story. This is definitely headline material. Just think of the leverage the Montelli family could get with this scandal.
Hey, look over there! That person looks kind of familiar. It's Phoebe! What's she doing here with all those echoes?
Phoebe, my beloved.
Wait. I got an idea.
Abby, what are you up to?
Olivia, Breno, any sign of Beppe? Strange. Where could Beppe be? Oh, cut it out, Breno. Stop that. Wait, Breno's right here. Then who's poking me in the back? Beppe, you better have a good
Nah, Beppe, it's me, Abby.
Oh!
Ah, my dearest beloved Phoebe. So exquisite, so perfect in every way.
That's enough, Abby.
Lame. I was just trying to have some fun with her.
Oh, it's you. Pardon me.
You are most certainly pardoned, my dear.
I thought you were at Raguna City. Didn't expect to meet you here. Oh, sorry, I don't think we've met.
Greetings, madam. My name is Zani, Averardo Bank.
Oh, I don't think we've met before.
Well, it's probably because I haven't been to church much. Please don't stare at me like that. There are more pressing matters. We're investigating the Echo incident from the Carnival rehearsal at Whisperwind Haven, as requested by the Montelli family. One of our clues led us here.
The Echo incident. Yes, I've also heard of it. I even heard you were caught right in the middle of it.
You know me. Trouble just seems to find me no matter where I go.
Please accept my apologies on behalf of the Order.
Oh, I didn't get hurt, dear. And no apologies necessary. There's nothing you could ever be sorry for with me, darling.
By the way, have any of you seen an Echo named Beppe? They're about this tall and usually wander around here, but I can't seem to find them anywhere.
May I? Sorry, we didn't see the Echo you mentioned, but we found clues on their odd behavior. They all point to a member of the Visalia family, Gilberto. He's also caused similar incidents here recently. Echoes went out of control and attacked each other.
The Order has also received reports of missing echoes in this area. Is it possible that the Phasalia family is involved? I find it really hard to believe. From what I know, the Phasalia family is deeply respectful of the divinity. How could they commit such a blasphemous act? The echoes are gifts from the Sentinel.
No one is immune from sin.
Have you seen this before?
A pedal? The ritual one? No. Wait. This frequency. Oh, right. I think I saw this flower in the Cathedral of Mercury, and Priest Alessio was wearing it. Wait. Could he be involved with the Phasalia family's plans?
It's possible.
Imperator granted us echoes, the skies, lands, oceans, and sustenance, to which we should all be grateful and reverent. I request to join your investigation. As a servant of the Sentinel, I simply cannot turn a blind eye to their unholy acts.
I wouldn't have it any other way, my dear. What do you think, Zanny?
Fine by me. With someone from the Order as a neutral witness, the Phasalias won't be able to accuse us of fabricating evidence. As long as I'm not treated like a heretic and get kicked out of Renacita later.
I'm alright with it as well. In fact, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Great. It seems we've reached an agreement.
Indeed we have. You stick firmly to my side.
Beppe? Oh, thank the divinity you're safe. But what happened to you? Wait! Beppe! Oh.
Acting strangely, is he?
Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Echoes don't usually act like this. Something must have startled them.
Came from over there.
Something feels off. We should go check it out, Rover.
Indeed.
Leave it to me. Shadow descends. Bad timing. None shall whisper.
Even in Wuthering Waves, there's mimics.
Excellent. Everything is in place. Now, all we need is Her Majesty's approval. O great Imperator, may you raise the tides, deliver your edict to our queen, and let the clouds cover Raguna, cleansing it of the wickedness left by the pleasure seekers of this city of transgression.
Is he praying? I know the Phasalias are extremely devout, but who is this queen he mentioned?
Well, it's certainly not you.
This prayer sounds odd. It's definitely not from the Order's codex.
O divinity in the abyss, Lord of tides and riddles, may you soon be freed. Let all lies melt away under your power. May you grant me strength to overcome all who oppose you.
Gotta admit, though, the prayer goes
Lord
hard.
of tides and riddles?
Huh? Who's there?
Uh-oh. Things just went south. Looks like we've got a fight on our hands.
Bring it on.
You must be that Outlander, right?
Oi,
The news of your
that's Highlander.
arrival is all over Raguna.
I'm a Highlander.
Since you're here, I guess you've uncovered quite a bit. Though it's insignificant compared to the truth beneath the tides. As a gesture of goodwill, let me offer a word of advice. Curiosity won't lead you to the truth you seek, but rather closer to your impending doom.
I
It
think
just
not.
turned echoes into tacit discords. Is it the petals?
You... What have you done to those echoes?
Merely the necessary sacrifices for our one true divinity.
I do believe Sir Gilberto here has gone over to the side of the ungodly. I must deal with him accordingly.
Endure and defy.
Stay behind me. Like frigid death.
No, this cannot be.
Oh, but it is.
How
Now,
pathetic.
Sir
You're nothing
Gilberto.
but a discarded pawn.
And this discarded pawn is going to have a nice little chat with
Which
us.
is not unusual with the Visalia family.
Mr. Gilberto, please explain this Lord of Tides and Riddles you mentioned.
I appreciate your passion for the Order, Miss Phoebe, but now is not the time. We need to uncover the real culprit behind the Visalias.
Oh, forgive me.
There, darling. You're only doing what you thought was best.
Do you really think you've won? No, it's already too late. I might just be a pawn, insignificant and small, but while you're focusing on me, you've missed something far more important.
Oh, pray tell, what would
He
that
shows
be?
no remorse for his crimes. I'll contact Mr. Alberto and have the family send someone to take over. What? That's the Nimbus Sanctum.
The what?
These echoes are converging towards the Sea of Clouds. What's happening?
Magnificent! Lorelei is now ours for the taking. Just as the prophecy foretold, all shall be cleansed. Now, let us wait in patience as the Sea of Clouds descends to engulf that corrupted city. Only the faithful will rise anew from the tides.
You're mad.
Lorelei.
According to the Codex, Lorelei is a powerful remnant creature residing in the Atrium of Reflections at the center of the Nimbus Sanctum. Legends say the Sea of Clouds once flooded the Seminary of the Forgotten, reducing it to ruins before spreading to Raguna. It was Lorelei who curbed the raging clouds and ended the crisis. If they've really done something to Lorelei, then Mr. Gilberto wasn't just bluffing. The clouds might truly engulf Raguna, leading to a disaster beyond our imagination.
They are all mad. So this is what they've been planning all along.
We have to do something.
You two go ahead. I'll stay here and watch him until the family arrives. Just in case he gets any bright ideas.
Could always knock him out.
I'll stay with you. After all, this could provoke outcry from the Visalia family. If I testify about Gilberto's misdeeds on behalf of the Order, they can't deny the facts or exploit the situation.
I agree. But what about you, Rover?
Don't worry, I can take care of myself.
All right. There's a port nearby where you can catch a gondola. It can take you close to the Atrium of Reflections. After we hand Gilberto over to the family, we'll meet up with you as soon as possible.
Please be extra careful, Rover. May the Sentinel protect you.
Thank you, darling. I'll be all right. And when I get back, we'll have dinner together. Perhaps even get married. House in the country. 10 beautiful children. Just you and me. Time to head for the port.
Leave it to me. One with the sounds.
Change of perception. Shackles be gone.
Welcome, traveller. I am the Harbour Master. Where do you wish to go?
The Atrium of Reflections, please.
You intend to navigate the Sea of Clouds? Surely you've noticed today's weather? I'm afraid it's far from ideal for sailing.
And this sort of weather is unusual.
Yeah, we've seen storms before, but nothing like this. I wonder what's causing it. I suggest you sit it out before departing.
I can't wait
I
that long.
If that's the case, you can take the gondola in the harbour. But please, be careful.
Oh. Well, hello, my lovely.
Perfect. There's still a gondola here. I believe your name is Noah, right?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to the gondola?
It seems fate has brought us together once more. Don't you agree, kind sir?
It would seem that way. Hooray for fate.
You're...
It seems you do remember me. That's right. We crossed paths at Madame Niala's mask shop. Truth be told, I need to catch the final train in the Nimbus Sanctum today. However, this lone gondola is all the harbour offers. So, since we share the same destination, would you mind also sharing this gondola with me?
Don't mind at all. Please step aboard, my dear lady.
Much obliged. Well then, without further ado, let's be on our way.
Oh, you know, share a gondola, share a bed, share a life together.
That song. Where is it coming from?
The cloud continues to spread. You may be right, this could be Imperador's test, but we must leave.
Do as you please. I'm not leaving. The relic of the Ancient One is here, somewhere. I must...
How intriguing. These seem to be reverberations hidden in the Sea of Clouds. Perhaps you've heard that this was once the Order's seminary. It appears that even after the clouds consumed it, the reverberations of its members linger on. Maybe the anomalies in the Sea of Clouds are stirring them to life once more.
You seem very knowledgeable about all this.
Why, yes. I've long been fascinated by Raguna's history and art. After all, to chart our future, we must first understand our past. Is that not true? We're likely to encounter more reverberations on our way. They may even contain vital information. You can search for more if you're curious. It seems we have some time before the train arrives. How about a little chat to pass the time?
Perfect.
Well then, where shall we begin? The city, an abomination of chaos, claims its first death at birth. Its mortality has become our sustenance, like a whale that slowly sinks into the abyss.
It's a fairly gloomy passage, isn't it?
This comment on Raguna comes from Rosselli, a painter from the past. Tragically, he died in poverty, his work overlooked. Now, ironically, even a mere sketch of his commands over 1 million credits.
Ironic indeed.
Now, what is your impression of Raguna so far?
Really not sure.
A most prudent response. Perhaps you're still acquainting yourself with Raguna, or you simply prefer discretion. Either way, I take no offense.
Well, I should hope you wouldn't.
Raguna has many facets. Most people only see one side of it, but for me, it's like two sworn enemies are forcibly bound together. That's Raguna. A city where tradition and innovation, openness and isolation ceaselessly wrestle for dominance.
And from that wrestle comes civilization, even a garden city.
That is why the Montelli and Physalia families are in a constant clash, as you may have seen. The Montellis champion innovation, staking all on the Carnival. Meanwhile, the Physalias cling to tradition, colluding with the shadows that lurk in Raguna's depths. Fortunately, this long struggle behind the curtains will soon come to an end. Not because of the two families, but because of you.
Me?
Me?
Yes. You. The fated one. Perhaps you're not merely entangled in Raguna's conflict, but are, in fact, the very eye of the storm. The city's fate may well rest upon your shoulders.
I'm serious.
You may not have noticed it yet, but we are, and have been, in the same boat for a long time.
Oh, have we now? Don't mind being in the boat with you, dear.
Ah, there's the train. It's time to say goodbye now.
I didn't catch your name.
I'll tell you next time. As for now, let's keep it a mystery. Until we meet again, fated one, may you find your own path in Raguna.
I should like to find my own path to your bedchamber.
So this is what's become of the seminary? I never expected this.
You've been here before?
No, but I've seen paintings of the seminary in the cathedral. It had an enormous dome and spires that seemed to touch the heavens. Then the order was forced to abandon it when a sea of clouds swallowed it.
Oh, this is all that's left. Excellent. Let's open up more of the map. Oh, wait. Can't forget. Gotta do our dailies.
Leave it to me. One with the sounds.
A change of perception. Frozen blockade.
Down with the curtain.
Right, chat. Been at it for about 5 hours now. Getting fairly tired. I think it's time we called it a night. I do have some things I need to take care of tomorrow. But I should find some time. If I don't stream tomorrow, we'll definitely host a hangout in the Castle Rexworth Discord. So, either way, we'll have something going on. Now, let me see here. We need to find someone to raid. have here? Let's see. I wonder if this one will let us raid them. Yes, okay. Let's go raid Vasilia Rosecroy. Playing another gacha game. Genshin Impact. Classic. There's some copy pasta for everyone. And we'll also be signing off on YouTube and Kick. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.